Welcome to the channel of PACIFIC414. Show us this loyalty. Throw yourself onto the subscribe button and submit yourself to the live streams, gaming streams, and so much more. Pathetic earthlings, I command you.
Warning, due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to the Sunday edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. I am your host, Mike, along with my co-host, Baron Orman Tag. We have several articles that we are going to discuss this morning. One of them being studios demanding show runners to work during the writer's strike. That comes from the Hollywood Reporter. We have another story that says Jeff Bridges would return to play the dude in a sequel to The Big Lebowski under one condition. That comes from Geek Tyrant. And we have a story from Bounty in the Comics that says Kotaku journalist Luke Plunkett insinuates a desire for anti-Japanese violence in response to Nintendo denying the outlet a review copy of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and a few other stories. But first, Baron, how are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I was up really late last night with Twitter, so, I mean, these people just don't really understand what's going on out there. I just had to be out there. I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there, you know.
Real quick, Baron, I'm hearing some static. I don't know if it's you or me.
Well, it might be me. It might be me. It might be my connection. I think it might be from mute.
Yeah,
it's
your connection. It's your connection.
Oh, I'm the problem. Okay, I get to
Yeah, we got a problem child now.
Yeah, I gotta go into the sin bin now. Sin bin. With cash, the real cash. It's up too late.
But the real cash who would say,
I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
And of course, the image I do have here is of Cash Money's super secret fan. This is the one that always says,
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
This is her. That's her. So,
The hell you say?
one of these days, we're going to hear that she has broken into Cash Money's house and passing herself off as Mrs. Cash Money, just like David Letterman had that issue with a fan.
very true, I remember that.
Yeah. Cash didn't, but you did.
And speaking of problems, Hollywood still has problems with their writer's strike. So let's go ahead and get into that story.
You already played The Hell You Say, but you know what? I think
The hell you say?
I think it's good for a twofer.
Why not? And before we go ahead and start reading this story, I do want to say hello to Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000 And if you're out there lurking, any of you, welcome.
I'm working.
And Brandon says, "What's up, Doc?"
What's
So,
cooking? What's up, Doc?
so we got the story here from the Hollywood Reporter, which was actually posted on Friday. It's like by Leslie Goldberg and Katie Kilkenny. I don't know. I'm probably saying that last name wrong.
Oh no, Kilkenny. Just think of South Park. That's Kilkenny.
Hmm.
That's in
You
fact
know
there's a
that you know what happens there when someone mentions something, like anonymous
oh
mentioning
yeah.
phenomena or
Hmm.
Kilkenny. Now I gotta get a clip of you know Kyle going, "Oh
Oh
my
my,
God, they kill Kenny! You
you bastards!
bastards!"
Yeah, in fact, the town of Kilkenny in Ireland actually someone was putting up little Kenny figures up by the signs because of Kilkenny. Yeah, that was like 20 years ago. But yeah,
Yeah, it's still funny.
it is hysterical. I think. Oh, look, it's the Penguin Warrior himself, Little Stick
Yes,
Lining.
Low Specs Linux laptop. How you doing, Low Specs? All right. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
So we have this article here that says studios demand showrunners work during writer strike. Letters to striking writer producers from studios, including those owned by Warner Brothers and Disney, state that they must perform non-writing duties and may be obligated to act against their guild's own mandates.
Oh my!
Well, that's what happens if you hold more than one position. One position may be out of it, but you still have the responsibilities of the other that you are obligated to fulfill.
Exactly, exactly.
So this article says Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery this week sent out a letter to showrunners employed by the company's various studios, reminding striking writer producers that they are still expected to perform their contractually obligated non-writing services. The letter from the legal department of ABC Signature, owned by Disney, reads, "We want specifically to reiterate to you as a showrunner or other writer producer that you are not excused from performing your duties as a showrunner and or producer on your series as a result of the WGA strike. Your personal services agreement with the studio requires that you perform your showrunner and or producing duties even if the WGA attempts to fine you for performing such services during the strike," wrote Bob McPhail, the assistant chief counsel for the Disney owned ABC Signature, in the letter sent to showrunners and obtained by the Hollywood Reporter. Your duties as a showrunner and or producer are not excused, suspended, or terminated and unless you are notified in writing by the studio. Goes on to say the letter is dated May 3rd, which was the second day of the excuse me, Writers Guild of America's strike. Let me get a drink of water here.
You do that. So the letter was dated May 3rd, which
Yeah.
was the second day of the Writers Guild of America's strike against members of the Alliance of Motion Pictures and Television Productions, producers, whatever. Okay, there. I did yeoman work to keep that.
So it goes on to say a similar letter is sent to Max, formerly HBO Max. Sorry, I still call it HBO Max. Got a problem? Tweet about it.
I'm doing that right now.
On May 2nd, said to WGA members who also serve in producer capacities, HBO Max respects your membership in the WGA and will not do anything to place you in jeopardy of violating WGA rules. However, we believe certain services such as participating in the casting process or contributing to non-writing production and post-production work are clear examples of non WGA required services that should continue to be rendered during this time. The memo added the WGA cannot prohibit you from rendering producing services pursuant to your personal services agreement as long as you are providing non writing services. The Disney letter read, and of course I say read it in full down below, features a Q&A informing showrunners that they are required to perform duties that are not in line with the guidance provided by the WGA to its around 11,500 striking members. Can
And
any
I
one
would
of them write a cohesive story?
no, maybe about no 3. But I'll read that whole thing as soon as we're done here. I'll read that whole letter.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. No,
I
but
was
yeah,
gonna
I mean,
let you have a shot at it, Baron.
oh, you're okay. Well, yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah, yeah. The
but
memo specifically. Go ahead.
oh, I was just going to sit back and say this. You're absolutely right. No, can these guys actually write anything nowadays? It means that even more things with a lot of these writers. It's just garbage.
Hmm.
Garbage, especially 15 years after the other one. And it's like, have we seen an improvement? No. Well, you got to remember the union's not there for entertainment purposes. It's just to make sure that people get a paycheck. That's all.
Yeah, yeah,
So
and
don't think these unions are for you.
it's like I told you backstage. I was telling you about my thoughts on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. It
Mm-hmm.
was decent, but I don't think it was the greatest Guardians of the Galaxy movie ever made. I think the first one's the best one of the three.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
And if I'm going to score it, I'll give it a 6.5. I might bump it up to 7, but that's only because of Rocket's story.
And there's an otter, so that gives it a booster.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Got
And
a,
this
little
article,
love to the otters.
well, get an honor box, you can protect your phone. Okay,
Mm.
that's a bad joke. I
Yeah.
never said they would be great.
Wah, wah.
Wah, 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 wah. The memo specifically states that in showrunner and or writer producer roles, you may, along with other non-writing services, be required to perform services commonly referred to as a thorough services as producer, such as cutting for time, small changes to dialogue or narration made before or during production, and changes in technical or stage directions. These are duties that, according to the WGA's contract, non writers can perform on covered projects. However, the WGA's strike rules explicitly prohibit union members from performing these activities during the 2023 work stoppage. The rules prohibit eh, hyphens. I don't know why I can't speak lately when I'm doing pod talk. Don't ask me. Members who are employed in dual capacities from performing any writing services, including the A, thorough, B, H, functions, the rules state, which puts showrunner and writer producers in difficult position, caught between the dictates of their employers and their union. A lot of it sounds wrong. The A through H duties are specifically outlined by the Guild as things you cannot do, said one longtime showrunner of the Disney memo. This person did not receive that memo as they do not have a deal with Disney, but legally, I'm sure there's a lot of tussling over this stuff. Long story short, this doc is fully no writer. It's just odd because it's written almost as though we were trying to organize a company that wasn't already unionized, like we're all already in the union, man. In a statement to THR on Friday, the WGA noted that A through H services are specifically defined in the Guild contract as writing services, and they are struck work that guild members are prohibited from doing during a work stoppage. The guild added, "It's it is shameful that Disney, which has grown its business on unionized labor, is resorting to familiar union busting tactics." Well, Disney wasn't even willing to give cast members who were unionized a raise. What do you expect?
Yep. This is Disney, the evil empire.
Goes on to say the Max letter in specifying that the company believes certain services during casting, production, and post production are non WGA required services. Also, potentially opens showrunners up to being caught between their guilds' mandated ban on A through H functions and the company's expectations. The Max letter, excuse me, the Max letter further argues that showrunners should come to work despite the guild's insistence that no members should cross the WGA picket line or enter the premises of a struck company for any purpose. The Max communication calls this dictate misleading, as WGA cannot discipline writer producers for performing non writing services only. HBO Max expects you to continue to work to perform non writing duties under your contract during a WGA strike unless and until those services are formally suspended or terminated. Well, I mean that's reasonable. You may not be, like I said, doing your writing portion of your job, but if you're part of quote unquote management, which let's face it, producers are part of management,
Yep.
you better show up.
hmm And it has been in the past because there was a lot of producers in previous. The moment I start talking, that's when these dogs want to start practicing. So, it's happened like that before. You have people who are writers and producers or directors or even actors, and it never got them off the hook for the other jobs out there. They just couldn't write.
Hmm.
And it was very respectful between a lot of those. The person would be there and say, "Sorry, I can't write anything, but I can do this." This is something where it sounds like our esteemed writers union is deciding to take a step beyond what they are able to do, are able to say. If they actually go out there and start threatening to punish those, they are in violation, and they can have repercussions put upon you, on them. So this could be almost a toothless tiger situation where they're wanting to, uh, what would you say, frighten people, but not have anything behind it. You could say, because
Hmm.
can you imagine the lawsuits that would come out of this? It'd be
Oh, hefty
horrendous.
lawsuits. Lawsuits that could have basically, I wouldn't say shatter Hollywood, but definitely put some significant damage to Hollywood for a while.
Yeah, it would shake them quite a bit on that one. It's like when you have a union go on strike and then you start calling the other unions to go on a sympathy strike. They can't do that. If they go on a sympathy strike, they are in violation of the deal that they made because they're not the ones that are having the issues. They're not the ones that are going out there and saying, "Okay, we're not going to work against that union." Everything is kosher and good with those other unions. Then tell them, "Hey, come on, do a sympathy strike with us." You just endangered all those people's jobs and that union as well because they can be flushed right down the toilet for gross violations. And right here, the WGA is starting to play that game again.
Hmm.
If that's all you are is a writer, yeah, don't walk on the set. But if you're a producer or a director or a writer, the machine is still going. They're still planning on things. The moment the
They're
strike
they're
is over,
still they're still making movies and television shows with the scripts that they have.
exactly. In fact, some shows they sometimes say, "Don't worry, we have everything all taken care of." In fact, I think they were saying that about the Game of Thrones show. Uh, they're saying that, "Don't worry, we got everything all taken care of. We already got all the scripts." But yeah, there's already a lot of stuff out there ready to go, and just like they did back in the '80s with the writer strike back then, Roddenberry just grabbed old Star Trek Two Series Two scripts and converted over to Next Generation. The Child being one of them.
Hmm.
So you're going to see a
Child
lot of that.
being, one of those episodes where you can see why it was a phase 2 episode, but as far as Next Generation, it didn't really help Troy that much.
Sorry, Paul. No, it didn't. I mean, that was supposed to be Ilea, and if anybody would have been more interesting to see it was Ilea than Troy. Not to go into criticize or doing a critique of Next Generation here, but yeah, I mean, as that goes, they can't. The WGA could not ask that of their people.
Yeah.
That's like asking for a sympathy stroke. So, I mean, Jimmy Fallon, even though he's a writer, what else is he? He's still got to show up.
He's on air talent, so he
Yep.
has to cross that line.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know, is he also a producer of the show? Does he have behind the
I can look it up. Let me look it up because I don't know that information off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I know that Johnny had a lot of power on his show back in the day, but I don't know if he was actually a full-fledged producer.
I am looking it up right now.
But it was like when they had the music strikes back in the day. Of course, Johnny and Ed were out there, but good old the band was all gone when they were having that music strike back in the days. So they were putting them piped in music and such like that. But no Doc Severinsen. And it's like, yeah, well, the show keeps on going. They might be sympathetic to old Doc, but they can't do anything because they're part of a different union.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at his producer credits right now.
Yeah.
And he's got 12 producer credits, and The Tonight Show is one. Excuse me. The Tonight Show is one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So he's got to be there. I mean, heck, they can even still run the show because, honestly, the writing for a lot of that, unless of course everything is written now, is the monologues and such. So it's like, well, I guess you can pass that up and just go straight for asking questions.
Yeah.
Start. Or whoever it is you have on the show. But as that goes, I can see the Tonight Show continuing on without the monologue. A lot of people won't like it. But, it might be even the best thing to happen. If Fallon went out there and did the Tonight Show without the monologue, grumbling from the people saying we want our monologues, people that actually want to listen to the monologues anymore, might start grumbling enough that the studios will hear that.
Mm-hmm. But it's like I had said on Wednesday's show, this writer's strike could be the end of late night too.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be the end of a lot of things.
Yeah.
But more importantly, the birth of others.
Someone might say that's a little harsh, Mike, but you know what? When was the last time you could, watch a late night show from start to finish, get a laugh during the monologue, get a laugh when the guest is on, whether it's, someone promoting a television show, TV show, or the music guest or the comedian?
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you the last time I was able to sit through an hour and actually get a laugh the whole time through.
Well,
or say that was a great show.
Mm-hmm. I mean, let's face it, though, a lot of the guests they bring on is like, ho hum. I mean, it's like, oh, we're going to have Brie Larson on. Yay, show us your feet and non-existent butt. Or we're going to have Amber Turd coming on. It's like, do we really want to watch this? A lot of the celebrities have tarnished that, too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't have celebrities like you used to. When you really think about celebrities, where you'd have somebody like Rodney Dangerfield come on and do his shtick, and then have a sit down interview with Johnny Carson after he did his shtick, and
mm-hmm.
and you don't have someone like Burt Reynolds anymore. And
oh God,
you don't even have Sammy Davis Jr. anymore as a great guest.
Or Dino, or let's go through some of the other ones. Orson Bean was a great guest when he was on there, and of course Don Rickles, he was excellent as well. When he got on, boy, we have behind the scenes stuff going on here. But I mean, you take a look at some of these stars. Even Robin Williams. Robin Williams first showed up on there,
Yeah.
and Louis Anderson when he got this
Richard Pryor.
Oh yeah. In fact, I think it was on the Tonight Show that he did confess that when he was freebasing and got lit on fire, that was a suicide. So I mean, Johnny was able to get that out.
Mm-hmm.
And before the big breakup, him and Joan Rivers.
Yeah. Very true, because Joan Rivers, for those who may not know and those who may have forgotten, Joan Rivers at one point had her own late night talk show, in part because of Johnny Carson.
Oh, that was a big, huge, convoluted thing because Johnny was going to retire sooner than he did, and he was grooming Joan to be his replacement, and she was a replacement host several times on the show. So he was hoping to retire a few years earlier than that. But what happened? Fox came to her and said, "Hey, you want to have a talk show?" She jumped at it. She never talked once to Johnny. He found out about it afterwards, and that's when they had the big split. He would never talk about her, never talk to her, nothing. Joan even sat back and said that, "Hey, I sent when his son died, I sent a message to him, and he never responded back." So I mean, that's how bitter he was to Joan Rivers. And then, of course, your show flopped, and that became the Arsenio Hall show.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Some might say, well, Johnny should have just gotten over it. Here's the thing. Johnny was basically prepping her to take his place. And then to see her jump ship to another network, that's betrayal. I don't care how you look at it. That's betrayal.
And that's just it. Johnny was not a personable person. He was not the man he was on screen. In fact, when they make fun about Ed being a drunk, it was actually Johnny that was the drunk, and Ed was the one who was keeping him out of trouble. But he could get nasty as a drunk out there. So he had trust issues. And if anybody ever betrayed him, that was it. That was your first and only strike, and there was never a second chance. And Joan was one of those victims of that. Of course, it was, her own doing.
You also look at it from her perspective. Okay, you got this young up-and-coming network in Fox looking to solidify itself in the late night scene. I mean, at that time, you had The Tonight Show and you had Letterman. All on the same network.
Right. And then you had CBS trying to do something with Pat Sajak that didn't last long.
That's why I only mentioned The Tonight Show and then David Letterman, because there really wasn't any other competition.
No, not really. I mean, you had, what was it, Ted Koppel's thing on ABC. But of course, that was more, but we're going to talk. Which came from the hostage situation. Basically, the daily hostage situation that Ted Koppel turned into this, Nightline. Yeah, Nightline. That's what
Yeah. I mean, that was more of a news show late at night than anything else.
And that was about the only competition Johnny had.
Yeah. And real quick, I want to say hello to DJ Ronnie G. So,
Nerd.
For Johnny to see Joan jump over to a different network, it's like, now you're competing with me. What the heck? When I'm trying to, train you to replace me, now you want to compete with me.
Right. Yeah, it was not good. Yeah. That was basically your first. No, everyone wants to talk about the Jay Leno Letterman thing, but that was one of your first shots in the nighttime wars, right there. And a little less remembered because, of course, Leno and Letterman was a lot more spectacular.
And Ronnie has a response for you. Double nerd on you, sir.
Thank you. It's about time I got recognized.
So, do you have anything else that you'd like to say about Disney and Warner Brothers telling their writer producers you still have to clock in for work?
Yeah, they're in the right.
Yep.
And yeah, it's a bit of a punishment. And yeah, some of these guys are probably going to go in there and just throw darts at a wall or something. Others will probably be working on actual projects. I mean, we're coming to the end of the seasons, anyways. So
Hmm.
the summer break is coming up here, but really, there's no such thing as a summer break anymore with the streaming services.
No,
So,
it's year round.
yep, you got the scripts. You do more than just do scripts. Get to work. You have the other
Hmm.
obligations you need to fulfill, and that is beyond Writers Guild of America's grasp. Because if they start playing that game, it could be used against them just as hard.
Yep. Yep. And like we've said, you know, this is just our feeling. We're not insiders for Hollywood, but
No,
this is just our feeling standing on the outside looking in. Hollywood is going to be a different Hollywood by the time this is all said and done.
right. And it was a long time coming. And, we've seen enough of these. I mean, between you and me, Mike, strikes between, writers or actors or even when it goes to the sports of baseball strikes. And we've
Hmm.
seen, and sometimes the very negative outcomes from it. And things haven't gotten better, at least not for us, the consumer. And we've seen the quality drop. I mean, just take a look at the stupid rules in baseball this year.
Yeah,
Let's take,
I was going to say, and I know people are going to say, but this is pop culture, but it's related to a strike. I remember
Mhm.
after the '94 baseball strike, there was still a lot of tension, even when they all came back and got rid of the replacement players and you had the unionized players return. There was still
Right.
tension. The only thing that actually helped ease that tension was what happened 25 years ago between Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa, the
Hmm.
home run race.
What they needed to do to try to get interest back, and then we find out how fixed that bullshit was,
Yeah.
which
I
is a
mean, heck,
shame.
heck, I still haven't forgiven Sammy Sosa for walking out on the Cubs in 2004. I don't care if it was the last game of the season. You don't walk out on your team.
See, this is Mike going full fledged Johnny Carson because it was betrayal on his team. No mercy. No mercy, Sammy. You suck.
Well, he was never really the same player afterwards, and
No.
even when he was in Washington with Palmero and McGuire and a few others, he
Mm-hmm.
denied, and even they denied. Oh, we never have taken performance enhancing drugs. Yeah, all right, okay. Take a look at a Sammy Sosa rookie card when he was with the White Sox, and then look at him in 97, 98, 99 with the Cubs, and you'll
Mm-hmm.
see a difference. And
Mm.
it didn't come naturally.
No. Same thing with McGuire. I mean,
Yeah.
McGuire was a big boy, but still.
He was a
Um,
tall, lanky kid when he came up.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This was that was just a show, folks. That was just a big old show to get
Mhm.
people. And of course, it brings back the old things. The payoffs. What's going on, what's being paid off. Are we really seeing true games, or is this? So. But yeah, I mean, maybe this strike will actually be good for us consumers. So far, the other strikes haven't been for us
Yeah.
consumers, I should say. I mean, for the people, because again, the unions are not there for us, folks. It's for the
Mhm.
writers, or it's for the players, or it's for the actors. It's not for us consumers. Our union is the pocketbook.
Yep.
And I'm not saying go out there and do a boycott, but if you personally are pissed off and don't want to contribute, that is your choice and your option, and you have just done that's your union card right there as a consumer.
A- And here's the thing: I could hear somebody, especially watching my short, Mike, you're supporting Disney. You're not helping matters. I went and saw Guardians of the Galaxy 3 based on what I liked in Guardians of the Galaxy and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2,
Right on
hoping
that
that
one.
third one would be just as good, if not better, than the previous two movies.
Mhm. Well, yeah, and the fact that we're quote unquote siding with Disney, our ABC, our Warner Brothers is, well, it comes down to this: we have to be honest, and if we're just going to go and pile on them, we wouldn't be honest. Even if the people we do not like, if they're not in the wrong or you don't feel they're in the wrong, you have to come up to base and step back and say, this is how it is. If we don't do that, you won't trust us. You'll think, oh, we are as butt kissers. But in this case, like Mike was saying here about Guardians of the Galaxy, I believe in rewarding when something's done good, even if it's against Disney. I know a lot of people sit back and say, I'm through with it. Well, yeah, I'm through with a lot of it, but Guardian of the Galaxy looks good, and and you gave it pretty fair high, ratings compared to other stuff. I mean, it's not glam and glorious, but it's enough to reward that this is what we want. If we reward what we want and then stay away from the stuff we don't, then again, we're using our union card.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like I said, with Guardians of Galaxy 3, I thought it was decent. I didn't think it was the greatest movie I've ever seen, the greatest Marvel movie I've ever seen in particular. And I don't
Mm-hmm.
think it's going to save Disney Marvel. I don't. There were
No.
jokes in there that fell flat. They were like a thud.
Mm-hmm.
And even other people in the theater, we were looking at each other going, is that supposed to be funny? Or you could hear a collective groan at times.
Remember this with the writer's strike.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And no, I'm not going to see it to get clicks. I don't care about getting clicks on the
No.
channel. I do this for having fun.
Right. I mean, again, like I said, you have to reward these studios when they're doing something right, or we won't get changes. If we're completely black pilled and wash our hands. I mean, yes, granted, with all the other Marvel stuff, I've washed my hands of it. I'm not interested in it. But this one looks like something worth, going out there and putting that couple cents worth. I mean, how many of you voted with their pocketbooks and made Megan a success? With such a little budget, even though it doesn't have a huge box office show, the return on investment on that is huge and should be causing the studios to start thinking maybe this is the way we need to go a little bit more.
I mean, well, the thing about Megan, I know I've mentioned it before, Baron, is that
Mm-hmm.
it had a $12 million budget and it
Yeah,
made almost 70 million.
yeah, that's huge.
Yeah,
You don't get the return on investment like that with these blockbusters. You really don't. I'm
because
talking about percentage.
yeah, the thing with a lot of these quote unquote blockbusters, especially DC and Marvel, is they all rely too heavily on CGI special effects. When Megan, yeah, it did use some CGI, but it wasn't heavy on it. It used puppeteering and it had actors in a suit doing
Mm-hmm.
the motions for Megan.
Mm-hmm.
You had someone actually physically there in costume as Megan, so it wasn't like the actors were looking at a head of a picture on a stick. So they had a
Yeah.
frame of reference of where the character was to where they were, so they could make eye contact.
Mm-hmm.
And no, Megan's not the greatest movie there is. It's not the greatest horror movie there is, but you know what? It's watchable.
Right, and that's sometimes all we're asking for. We're not necessarily saying, "Hey, give me this huge masterpiece." Give us something fun that we can waste 90 minutes to 2 hours with, and come out and say, that wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. I had fun. I didn't regret. I can't go as that's 2 hours of my life I can't get back no more.
I
Uh,
mean, same as said with Cocaine Bear.
mm-hmm,
I got what I expected.
mm-hmm. Which I have to watch here very quickly soon.
Yeah, because I think that is on Peacock now. I could be
Yep, it's
wrong,
on
but
Peacock. Oh yeah, it's Megan. Both versions of Megan, the unrated and the regular, and Cocaine Bear are on Peacock right now. I told the long suffering, I said, when we get everything done, we have our first movie night. It should be Cocaine Bear.
do it.
Oh yeah, I'm serious. Yeah, I'm absolutely serious.
And let me get to
Hopefully, when our new
Anonymous's
house gets
first
here.
comment. I do want to say
Well,
hello to Anonymous, who says they would get a good return if they were good stories and oversaturated. as- Then he fixes it over here. Not oversaturated assembly line trash. Yeah, because that's what a lot of these movies have become. You know,
mhm,
car manufacturers. We all know
yeah.
how guilty they are of making assembly line cars. All the cars look like heck. Even now, you look at a Nissan, you look at a Toyota, you look at Chevrolet, a Ford. They
Hmm.
all look too much alike.
Yeah. I mean, you knew at one time, even the days of the boxy boats, you knew what was what. You could tell by the lines, the way the placements of headlights and taillights, and various other things, what a car manufacturer was. Uh, Now, the big change when it first I noticed it really happened was when the Taurus came out back in the '80s. Of course, it was used in RoboCop as a cop car. How
Yeah.
talk about now Tauruses are being used as cop cars today. But but after that, I called them the jelly bean cars. But that's when you started seeing all these jelly bean cars start showing up, and all of a sudden they start looking to see. I mean, I have a Ford Fusion, and it's like it looks slightly Aston Martin-ish because Ford at the time owned Aston Martin. They don't no more. But how many other car companies out there are making their cars look like either Focuses or Fusions? And it's like,
Yeah.
what happened to your style? You look at it and go, that is it. That's, you know,
Well, even look
you know,
when you have different restaurants that are coming up, you know, not out of the woodwork, but there are a lot of chain restaurants
mhm,
that are coming up, and their buildings, they all look modern. They all look the same. They
yeah.
don't have any uniqueness. They don't have any character or style to the building.
Well, I like to call them the European Euthanasia Center looking places. I mean, you look at a McDonald's, you look at a Burger King. The only thing that's a difference is the logo, and it's like it's depressing. What happened to
Yeah,
the fun? I want my fry guys, damn it.
yeah. Baron, it was back in 2014. That was the last time I went out to California to visit some friends,
Hmm.
and went by my old high school, which they tore the old high school there and built a completely new one. It looked like a
Hmm.
freaking prison. Go
Yeah,
by my old elementary school that they tore down and rebuilt into a new one. Looks like a freaking prison.
yeah. I said the same thing with in Chanhassen, where Prince was from, or where he died. But they built a new high school out there, and I looked at the damn thing. It's like that thing looks like a prison. They even had it looked like fences with around certain areas that made
Yeah.
it even look even more like a prison. It's like my God, no wonder why. It's give me back the old the red brick schoolhouses.
Hmm. And there actually is a tower that connects different wings of the high school together. And I
Hmm.
looked at it, and I was with some people, and I said, "Well, they got the guard tower.
You're not too far off, probably.
All you need is a spotlight and the siren whenever one of the inmates, quote unquote, students escapes."
Hmm. Yes, yes. It's like Hogan's Heroes. I mean, the students would have okay, Schultz, our teacher Schultz is gone. They pound something, the desk will go down, and they can get into the tunnels. And dun, 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 dun.
But
you know, uh,
yeah.
and on Hamas, it doesn't matter if you thought it was the worst body style imaginable. Everybody went with it. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm not
I,
here to
I
praise it or damn it, but I'm just saying everybody went with it.
I knew many people who had a Taurus,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
let's go ahead and move on to our next story if you're ready to do so, Baron.
You think I'm ready for it? You really
I don't know.
think
Are
so?
you?
I don't know.
Are you, man?
I don't know, man. It's like I don't know if I'm ready for this. It's like it's just like man, it's just perplexing, man. The thought of this happening, man, is just wild, man. It's like
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man. And well, we've got the Donnie of the group, Anonymous.
Yeah.
That's
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
somewhere a creepy old man has just creamed his pants a little bit.
The Taurus hating Anonymous has just joined us.
How you
That's
doing,
right.
Anonymous?
I'm fine. Nothing worse than having to replace a stereo, an aftermarket stereo, in a Ford Taurus. That was, believe me, the way that car was designed was an absolute joke. I hated that thing. Hated the style. I hated everything about it.
But yet it inspired a generation of cars.
It's just ridiculous, man. These people, I swear.
Hey, we got cash money.
Yeah.
It's auto cash. It's cash boss.
It's Kashanabas.
There we go.
Somebody's got to take his place.
We
I
don't
can't
need
fill
you
his
anymore.
shoes.
We got your replacement.
Yeah.
Can't
Go back to
fill his
bed.
shoes, but I will take his place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go back to the cash.
I know you were on last night with Jason and the gang at 540 Studios, and
Yeah.
I didn't know if you wanted to come on and join us since we're cashless.
Oh man, I got church out of the way. I got lunch out of the way. I'm sitting in here in my pajamas. I'm nested in for the day, so I'm good to
Whoa,
go.
too much information. Too much information.
I'm sorry, TMI.
Yeah.
Well, at least I'm not naked. I mean, I could have told you that.
Well, that's
listen.
I am.
What you do in your own house is your own business.
I am. That's why I got.
You want me to turn on the camera? I can turn on the camera.
No. I don't need the channel getting canceled.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, you know,
I'm
bring
just
all the
sitting
ladies
here.
to the yard. I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just sitting here in a beanbag chair in my underwear eating Cheetos. So,
we're all good.
Yeah,
we're all good.
The two of you are a mess.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Baron. You were going to say something.
I forgot. I don't know.
Oh.
That's just when I got that compliment, I just figured, okay, I'll stop here.
All right. Well, but anyways, we had this article from Geek Tyrant. It's by Joy of Horror. It was posted 2 days ago, and it says Jeff Bridges would return to play the dude in a sequel to The Big Lebowski under one condition, man.
Like,
yeah, they should have had Dan on there.
It's not woke, man.
All right.
Yeah, it can't be woke.
No, it can't. It can't. Otherwise, it's not The Big Lebowski. If a sequel to the Coen brothers' The Big Lebowski ever got made, Jeff Bridges would be open to returning to play the dude under one condition. Joel and Ethan Coen would have to be involved. Well, of course.
Yeah, no shit.
During the recent...
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Anonymous.
I want to say that's their baby, right? They wrote it, they created it. Why would you have somebody else write a sequel to a Coen Brothers movie? That is absolutely ridiculous.
Or direct or any of that, yes.
Yeah, any of that.
Because say somebody does come in, not only write, but also direct the sequel to The Big Lebowski, and it doesn't do well and audience panic. Well, you get this reaction.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
That's right.
In a heartbeat, yes.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to Pop Talk, the Smoking Patriot.
I was going to say, what a great entrance for him. That scene, and then here he is.
You really shouldn't smoke, man. Don't smoke.
I'm right now. I got my pipe. See, I got my pipe out. Hi.
Hey, he's not naked. He was lying. He's not eating Cheetos and he's not naked. Just false advertisement, Baron.
No,
false.
I sit in my underwear. You don't see anything from down. You don't see what's down there.
Okay. All right. But I don't see no
I can
Cheetos.
show you.
Baron,
No.
sit down. Down, boy. Down.
Stay down.
Yeah, Baron. We don't need the channel canceled.
I'm just trying to get more women viewers. I figured, hey, show off the old Baron bod there.
Baron's milk jugs brings all the girls to the yard.
Trust me, I think we do a better job turning the women away from Pop Talk than we do attracting them to Pop Talk.
Of course.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So how you doing?
I don't see
Patriot?
lovely Sherry. I don't see
I don't see
Lila,
Janet. I don't see
Leia Skywalker.
Kathy. I don't see Leia.
Kathy Skywalker.
That's because Cash Money had a wardrobe malfunction and scared him away.
Showed him the chin, right?
Yeah.
I don't see Bucky's crafting. I think we've turned them away. I think they take one peek at this show and go, "These guys are nuts. We're out of here."
Well, yeah, we never said we weren't. And you know what they say about a man with a big chin, though. You know?
Oh dear God!
What, he battles Twitter late at night and
yeah,
says, "Guys,
exactly.
I'm not gonna be there Sunday. I'm tired."
These people.
Lord have mercy.
There's something not right with us.
So, non-smoking patriot, how are you doing, buddy?
I am exhausted. I got back from my aunt's because I was house sitting for a few days, and she has 7 cats and a dog.
Whoa!
Yeah, her and her boyfriend. They have 7 cats and a dog. So I am exhausted, to say the least.
You answered the question I was going to ask if she had a significant other, but she does. So it's like, okay. Usually when you hear 7 cats, it's like, yeah.
That's burial insurance.
So wait a minute. 7 cats and a dog. So what? Is the boyfriend the dog?
No, the dog is the boyfriend's, but originally she didn't have 7 cats. She had from their divorce, she got a few. She got like half of the cats, so like 3 of them, and then she slowly added more over time.
How many cats did she have before the divorce?
They had 7 or 8 with her ex-husband. They're both huge cat lovers, and she, I guess, found out I'm never gonna have children. So basically, the cats are her children.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's burial insurance. So when she dies, the animals will eat her. She don't have to pay for it, and there's nobody has to pay for it. Burial.
I mean, they sat back and said, if you have a dog and you die, the dog will leave your body alone. But if you have cats and you die, 2 hours later, going, it's feeding time. Oh, you're up.
Muncha.
Yep.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. I mean, I can't argue.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Hey, I'm just being realistic here.
Yeah, that's where you can have headlines like "Man eaten by pussy," but
But I'm bummed.
Wait a minute, I've got that sound effect. I got it.
Oh my God, are you trying to kill me over here? I swear to God.
Welcome back. I know you were here last week to talk Power Rangers, but welcome back to Pop Talk proper.
Yeah, but I wasn't there, so I mean.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'll be here, considering I'm trying to stay awake because I'm just like I said, I didn't get much sleep every night, so.
I understand when you're dealing with 7 cats and a dog.
And one of them is I mean he's cute, but he's so old and I think functionally retarded. because for no reason he will just wail, and it's the most ear-piercing wail. Not a meow, a literal wail. All night.
Is he fixed?
He's fixed. He's fixed, and he's very old.
Well, I see his problem right there.
And they're convinced that he's probably racist also. Why? I don't know.
Well, you know what he's doing? He's practicing his Klingon howl.
Well, if he's practicing his Klingon howl, all I gotta say is to that particular cat.
Glory to you and your house.
He's so old. He used to be Hitler's house cat. he picked up a few things.
Oh God.
Oh God. Oh Lord of mercy.
Like I said, Patriot, welcome back to Pop Talk Proper.
It's never a dull moment here on Pop Talk, and you know what? I'm way happier for it because you know, I mean, where else in the internet are you going to have this much fun with a bunch of rowdy rebels?
I don't know. I haven't found it yet.
I haven't found it
either. I haven't found it either. I mean, if you guys do, let me know. I'll go onto that live stream. But it's going to be kind of hard to top. Let's just be real.
Yeah. He's got a point there, Judge.
Very, very, very true. And real quick, before we continue with this Big Lebowski story, I want to get your guys' thoughts on Disney and Warner Brothers sending out a memo to their writer producers saying, you may be a writer, but you're also a producer, so show up to work.
Dirty, dude. That's cheap and dirty. They what? I don't know if they're trying to purge. I doubt it. I mean, the way Disney is, but that sounds like a purge to me. Because if they show up to work and become scab, then they face some serious penalties, right, from the writers.
Well, no, it's not to be a scab. It's for them to do their other jobs. In other words, you have a person who's a producer, but he's also a writer. Well, yeah, you come in and do your producer job, but you don't have to do the writing job. We're not telling you to cross that line, but you have other obligations with the studio that you have to fulfill. That's
you can't be on the picket line,
right?
That kind of negates the whole writer strike thing now, doesn't it? They need warm bodies on the picket line.
Well, the big thing is there's 1,100. What was that you said there, Mike? 11,500 writers.
11,500 writers that are on strike right now.
Yeah, they got people to go on there. They have no problems with people on the picket line. But it's like people like Jimmy Fallon or things like that, and the productions are still happening, so they're still obligated for that. So, just as long as they don't write.
Yeah. And a Gap After Dark, I have a response to you, sir, about saying these guys are barely rebels. They're in training.
You will be silent.
Yeah.
I'm a rebel without a clause.
Where the hell does he get off saying
barely
that?
rebels in train? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm going to set this record straight. I'm turning my camera here for a second. All right, good sir.
All right, I'm going to put you on the big screen.
There he is. Big screen. Hey, there he is.
Hold on a second. I got to get this right.
Ew, I can smell that from here.
Look at that. Barely rebel in training. I bleed rebellion. Where's my camera? I bleed rebellion, boy. I bleed it.
So, what's
red, white, and pale blue.
And Kitty Bear says technically they're right as long as they don't write, they are fine.
Mm-hmm.
If it was me, I would work till they ask me to write or rewrite. That would be the moment I say, F you, shove your job, I'm out. Yeah.
And they know that. They know
that. My Little Pony tattoo. How cute.
Boy.
That's only one. By the way, on Star Wars Day, I got number 8. I got tattoo number 8 on me. Okay, little pony tattoo. You know what? Tell that to the Emperor. How's he doing? Oh, that's right. He fell down a reactor because we don't acknowledge sequel trilogy bulk.
That's right.
And that's the bottom line because Smoking Patriot said so.
No, the smoking brony. The smoking brony.
I mean, look. What other Patriot here is going to smoke 500 cigarettes in a day? You tell me that.
Smoking Patriot, bro.
And dies at 22.
He'll just go up in a big poof of smoke.
Blood is smoke. You prick him, and he puffs little puffs of smoke out.
Now I need a Cheech and Chong clip.
No, Mike. Here's what you need. You need from the first Scary Movie when the guy gets shot and he starts smoking the smoke that's coming out of him.
Yeah,
that's the clip you need.
I was thinking that when the what is it, up in smoke when it's just coming out of the car, the van is like
yeah.
Driving down the road is just billowing out.
Hey man!
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
Hey, it's me, Dave. Open up. Dave's not here, man. Notice I had to change this for the Big Lebowski story, dude.
Very, very true. And to get back to this story, Jeff Bridges is saying that he'll come back as long as Joel and Ethan Coen would be involved in the movie. No shit there. But it says, during a recent interview with People, Bridges reflected on how the cult classic crime comedy film celebrated its 25th anniversary this year and revealed he is open to reprising his role, saying, "Oh God, man. If the brothers were involved, man, yes, I'm going to add man after every word here. I certainly would, man.
Yeah, you do that, man.
The brothers, they're mysterious and full of surprises, man. You don't know what they're going to do, man. So since they're surprising, I don't think they'll make a sequel, man. But like I say, they're surprising, so maybe they'll surprise me and make a sequel, man."
Yeah, okay, this answers my next question, so, okay.
If a sequel was ever made, the Coen brothers would have to be involved. There's really no point in making a sequel without them. But does the movie really even need a sequel? The answer is no. According to this writer. And the writer's right. It doesn't need a sequel.
How can you top that? How can you top it?
You can't. I mean, what, is Walter going to be a pacifist in this second one, if there were?
I'm a pacifist now. And remember, Saturday. I can't do anything Saturday.
George Chavez.
Well, they did do a movie about the bowler pedophile.
Which John Turturro did get the Coen brothers permission to do.
Yeah, I know. He had to do that. Yeah.
But the clips I've seen and the reviews I've read, it's not worth watching.
Yeah, I don't see how you could hold that movie up. Really.
No.
No offense to him, but it's like, what they did with the movie with that character was perfect. The right amount of time. And again, it's not how much time you had on it, but what you're able to do with the time. And it worked great for Lebowski.
Yep. It goes on to say the film is perfect as is. Exactly. And there's no reason for a sequel to be made. But like Bridges said, maybe the Coen brothers will surprise fans. The actor went on to talk about the impact that The Big Lebowski has had, saying he cannot believe that it's been over 2 decades since the film was released in theaters. He explained, movies are kind of like your children, man. They put it all in perspective. They'll let you know how fast it's going, man. Because before you know it, you've got a 6-month-old and then you turn around and she's 16, man. movies are kind of like that, man.
Yeah.
He went on to talk about how proud of the film he is, saying that movie, man. I'm so proud to be a part of that movie, man. What a good one, man. When you hear Lebowski was 25 years ago, man, I say, come on, man. I can't believe that. It feels like it was maybe 5 years ago, but 25? I can't believe it, man.
He's absolutely
And
right. Too.
yeah. And it goes on to say how he did reprise the role of the dude a few years ago in a Super Bowl ad for, I think it was Stella Artois or Stella Artois, one of those beers that I don't drink.
Fancy beers.
And it
It's
goes
not
on to
that
say
fancy.
it goes on to talk about the story of the Big Lebowski. Yeah. Nice fancy glass and everything. Who needs fancy glass? Just drink the beer.
Just give me the long neck. Well, I don't drink, but if I did, just give me the long neck and we'll be all right. Ice cold.
I've cut alcohol pretty much.
No trans people on it. That's fine.
Well, Stella Artois is owned by Bud, so.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's that connection right there.
Yeah.
You know what's the nice thing about this whole Bud Light thing? I never drank the crap in the first place, so I was like, I'm not part of this boycott. I just never liked the crap. You know?
Yeah, it's always been a boycott for you. And
yeah. I've always been more of a Budweiser guy than a Bud Light guy. But Bud Light is good if you're doing brats. It's cheap, and you can, because when you do brats, you can't just have one. You got to make like 2 to 3 packs worth. So you need a lot of beer. Buy a 12-pack of Bud Light. It's cheap. It works.
Yeah, that's what this stuff's good for. I mean, I go with Old Swill, Old Milwaukee. That's another one that's good for it. Or even we have we call it Brain Melt, but Grain Built up here, which is a Minnehotan beer, eh? And so that's what I like to do when I do that. Those beers, but nothing fancy. You don't want to use a fancy beer.
No. If you're doing brats, you want just cheap. You want cheap, but not like Steel Reserve cheap.
Right. You don't want Milwaukee's best cheap.
Yeah.
When I was a drinker, I drank the Silver Bullet.
The Silver Bullet got him, people. It got him.
That's right.
Yep. And Gap is saying, hey, Stream Elements, if you've noticed since you've been here, Gap, Stream Elements isn't popping up as frequently as it has before.
Yeah, settle the Gap.
Tamping down on the old activity, are you?
Yeah. I am, because a certain somebody says I can't get my comments in because you got your Stream Elements bot going.
That's because we don't want your comments, Gap.
Well,
we know where you're coming from. Yeah. But I've never drank Milwaukee's Best, but they used to advertise for the poker shows all the time. I often wondered why. But a serious question to you, Mike, and I'm embarrassed. Okay. I should know this because the Coen brothers are from St. Louis Park, Minnesota, so they're Minnesota boys. I should know, but they've never done a sequel, for all I've known, in their entire career. I don't think that's something that's in their box. It's like one and done. We do it and we move on.
I don't think they have. Every movie, like you're saying, they've moved on to the next.
Yeah, about the closest is the Fargo TV show.
Yeah, their next movie might have similar elements to their previous movie, but it's not a sequel in any way, shape, or form. No. It's just their style of movie making and style of storytelling.
Mm-hmm. Right, that quirky, surrealistic, almost storytelling. I mean, Fargo didn't need a sequel. They do a TV show, but
yeah,
they found their niche, man, and they stuck with it, and that's applaudable. It didn't always work out, but A lot of times it did. So yeah, and they don't need sequels to their movies. So it's not really set up to be that way, and I don't think it really would work.
No, I don't want to see a Lebowski sequel. I mean, as much as I'd love to see those characters again, it's like, what can you do? What can you do that's not going to um, make the characters less? Because the storytelling, the character building was so great. A sequel will probably tear a lot of that down.
Plus, you won't have Donnie in the movie. You
Yeah.
need Donnie there.
I know. Again, again, he didn't have much for lines and stuff, but the presence and what he portrayed just by the looks, again, it's just perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, moving on to our next story here. A lot of us, I'm not going to say everybody uses Discord, but a lot of us use Discord, and a lot of us either use Discord for just gaming, or we use it in connection to our YouTube and Twitch content creation.
Or just a bitch.
Or just to hear Troll talk about his A's. I think you know which Troll I'm talking about.
Or
he
creepy old
likes
man who
us-
keeps creepy old man that keeps telling me that he sees me everywhere. So I don't.
He's following you. He's following you.
Well,
He is.
if he sees you playing that clip, should have summoned him.
You'd think so. He didn't come out of his hole, so
I'm surprised we haven't seen
I'm
him.
worried about him. Is he alive? Is he sitting in his chair with a heart attack and cats
Okay,
eating him?
guys.
I don't know.
Oh God, man!
I don't know if he.
I don't wish that on Phil. I don't wish that on Phil.
Dang.
Hey, Phil. Here we go. This is the signal. The Phil signal.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
You know what it is? I think Phil is right now trying to catch up because he watched the entire coronation and then watched it again because he is a big royal guy. You know that.
Oh.
He says otherwise, but I mean, he was out there waving his little Union Jack, going, "Come on, King Chucky! Come on, King Chucky!"
You sure
I
about
don't
that?
doubt
Ben?
it.
I seem to recall a year ago during the 4th of July stream, him pretty much being Phil, going, "I hate you all."
Yep. Oh,
But
I think we got a serious question, but okay.
Okay. I'll try to find it.
Right there. I got it. It's going. My office is very boxy. In fact, if you're still there, Gap, here's the scene. You can see some boxes still behind me. My cabinet for things, and soon there'll be all bookshelves. Our movers were not the smartest. It was great. They were great lads. Don't get me wrong. They brought the boxes before the furniture, so it was one of those things where you couldn't get the stuff up, and then the boxes come. You can start putting things away. It's now like, oh, okay, it's move and shuffle, move and shuffle.
I want to laugh, but I'm not gonna laugh.
Oh, laugh! I want people to laugh. I mean, laugh at my misery. I gotta
Move and shuffle. Move and shuffle.
Okay, well, we've got the box of your bed in it. Where's the bed?
Yeah.
And why did you put the bed in the box?
Baron's laying on boxes right now. He's got
Yeah.
a stack of boxes on the floor in his bedroom, and that's where he just put a sheet on it and a pillow and just goes to bed.
And you're accusing Phil of following around and lurking. How do you know that? Were you peeking in my windows?
Phil told me.
Oh, okay. That's right. Phil was. Yeah.
Dude, he's the lurker.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got this article from comicbook.com that was posted on Friday, and it says Discord makes big change to usernames. I'm not changing my fucking username. You can quote me on that.
They changed mine already. It's now Fuzzy Bunghole. I don't know where they came up with that, but I'm putting a complaint in.
Some things modern man was never meant to know.
Yes. Discord is making a rather big change for usernames on the platform. Discord is one of the largest gaming platforms out there. the service has largely replaced the need for first-party chatting features like Xbox Live and PlayStation Parties, with gaming expanding in major ways within the last few years and allowing players to play with each other on various platforms. Discord has become a I knew you were going to chime in on that last part. Discord has become a useful tool in connecting everyone. It has also been useful for people who don't care about games whatsoever and just want to form a community or some kind with one big group chat for everyone to communicate in. It goes on to say, with that said, Discord has had a pretty simple answer to usernames for the longest time, so much so, Xbox even adopted it itself. Your username can be whatever you want, within the guidelines of the TOS, of course, even if it matches someone else's username instead. The way you're properly identified is through your 4-digit number at the end of your name. And if anyone wants to know and you want to join the Discord, it's digits 4343. It's also in the links, so it's not hard to find.
Mine
And
is
it goes
level
on to
13,
say,
13.
I see where you went there. I see. Discord is doing away with this system and adopting a whole new one. Instead, now you'll have a unique username with an @ sign in the front of it. Okay, so everybody wants to have a freaking @ sign now. At Twitter, at YouTube.
That's the model.
At. Okay, where's the at?
That's a lot of at-ats.
You know,
Yep.
If that's going to be the case, I'm going to change my name to Kins. That way it can be Atkins.
But
I'm at Ken's Discord.
I know my jokes aren't the greatest, folks, but guess what? They're there.
Mine are worse.
Yeah.
Baron's, yeah. He's on par, man. He's on par.
But yeah, it's putting in the @ sign just like Twitter. From there, you can have a custom display name. Also, like any other social media platform, Discord notes that they are doing this to make it easier for friends to be able to find each other without anyone having to remember the 4 digits associated with their name. But fans are a bit annoyed by this news. Just put in the 4 digits. It's not that hard. Given other platforms like Xbox have worked to follow in Discord's footsteps, it does feel like a step backwards. Perhaps if the backlash is loud enough, Discord will reverse this change, but it's hard to say. These kinds of things don't happen overnight and require a lot of work, so it may stick to this decision and hope people will get over any frustrations they may have with it. What do I think? I'm getting older. Change doesn't come easy. I don't like change.
Mike's an old fart. No changing. No,
Not my lawn!
If it's not broken, why fix it?
Yeah.
You can tell. Oh, sorry.
It's I don't see this as be a good thing for Discord, I think, because it's hard when you have a username that everybody knows, especially across platforms, then how you may not get the name you want, when they switch over. So right now there's obviously another anonymous, or maybe more than one anonymous, but we both have the same name, but we have different numbers which identify us. And, when I switch over, do I get that? No, I probably won't. How many of them are there? Who's first in line? Who gets it?
Yeah. Is it first come, first serve, or is it whoever had it first?
Yeah.
According to their records, that gets to keep it.
So my new name's going to be sorry you lost.
Also, another thing I wanted to bring up is I don't know how many of you follow me over on my Instagram, but out of my social media, that's the one I had to change because somebody already had Pacific414. So for my Instagram, I had to put Pacific_414.
Now, don't
And
get the
the only way you
don't.
know it's me is because of my icon and whenever I post about doing the live streams and
Mhm. Don't take this question wrong, but who the hell else would have Pacific 414 out there? That kind of seems
I don't
kind of
know.
unique.
I don't know. I was perplexed about it when I first saw it. It's like, wait a minute. Pacific
Mhm.
414. How many people are going to come up with that? So, I tried to do it again
Mhm.
and it wouldn't work. So I said, fine, I'll put it underscore before and I'll just make sure people know it's me by including it in my links.
You
Instead of
know
people
who did
going,
it?
we've got a Pacific 414, we got a Pacific_414. Which one belongs to that crazy guy on Pop Talk?
You know who did it? It was Phil. He did it.
Yeah.
He went on there and made sure they had that, and he was cackling the whole time.
And the Pat Wannabe says, I don't want to remember numbers. That's my phone's job now. And I
Yeah.
do want to say hello to Magic Tech Mags. And she says, what if there are other Magic Tech Mags? How do we fight that one out? I don't know, Mags. I really don't.
We're gonna put you in a ring of Jello and let you go at it. Whoever
Hey,
wins gets to
hey,
keep the name.
hey! We're trying to get the women back here. That's not helping.
I'm sorry, I'm bad, Anonymous. Bad. Hi, Mags.
Although I don't know if it would be Mags type of game, but look
What,
up
Jello
Bro
wrestling?
Force Mags. No, not Jello wrestling, dude.
No, now I'm going to go on stream and see if there is a Joe wrestling game. You know that, don't you?
Oh Lord have mercy.
What are you trying to get the female audience to not come to the channel? Come on, man.
Well, hey, Mike. For all you know, there's a lot of women out there who secretly like you, but just can't admit it. You never know.
You need closet Jello
you got a
wrestlers.
point. You got a point. But anyways,
I'll fight Bryce for a second. Oh God. Oh,
I'd buy that for $1.
But Max, if you're looking for a fun game to play, try Bro Force.
The Bro Force.
Yeah. Oh, come on. It's a fun game. You got to play it at least once. Come on.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, maybe I have a little bit too much fun when I played it because the whole time I'm going, it's Bromonimus. It's the Smoking Patriot Brew. It's Baron Broman Tag. Go, go!
Bromonimus.
It's just a fun game. I mean, you have parodies of different characters like Rambo instead of Rambo, he's Rambro, and then AJ Barakis is actually AJ Brorakis, and then of course Ellen Ripley is Ellen Bropley. I'm sorry, Ellen Ripro. And they're gonna have an update coming out in August where you get to play as Xena and also Buffy. And so it's just a fun, silly game. And I do want to say hello to Bone, who says, yo.
Yo.
But yeah.
Yo.
So, get him out of here, Baron.
Lizzo likes everybody. She like to eat you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I really couldn't care what Lizzo likes. I'm just gonna
Smoked with barbecue sauce. She probably likes Smoking Patriot. He's probably got that mesquite flavor.
No, she's a vegan. She's a vegan.
Yeah, whatever. She's a vegan with, but every once in a while she'll have a rack of ribs. But just that's all.
Well, remember, hippopotamuses are vegetarians
maybe
too.
a chicken breast or two.
Nah, she wouldn't like me. I'm a bit prickly and spicy, and let's just say I don't taste good coming in, and I certainly won't taste good coming out. So I'm too much hassle.
Whoa!
Who tastes
good I don't know
out?
about you. I don't have taste buds in that area.
What kind of weird butt you got?
Oh, yeah.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
It's the South Park diet where Cartman kept on putting food up his butt.
But yeah, before we move on to the next article, thoughts on Discord making this change?
Not necessary.
No,
I don't think it's necessary. I think that if they wanted to simplify it with the whole, so let's say it's Pacific, Pacific 414 Mike 565-268. Why redo the whole thing? Just get rid of the 565-268.
Mm-hmm.
Just have it that way. And then if someone tries to create another Mike, the system won't let them because there's only one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for God's sakes, how can, if you go to let's say you were to create an Amazon account, okay, and instead of your email, you had to put in a username, and you decide to put Mike 414. Okay, it won't let you. Why? Because there's already a Mike 414. So you might have to do Mike dash 414. Okay, now it lets you because there is no Mike dash 414. This isn't rocket science. We have to do this with every other website. It's not rocket science. Just one username. That's it.
Right.
It's not. It's so unnecessary.
Or the Mike 414 or whatever. Even if you want to put your own numbers afterwards, which we all do. I mean,
yeah.
And I'm with Max here. I don't understand why it needs to be done. Who's complaining about it?
Not me.
I understand it's always the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But there comes a point where you just got to say to them, listen, this is our system. This is how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's complaining about it before you. We're sticking with this system.
Right. Get over it.
Yeah.
Get your foot down.
Yeah. And let's just be real. The people complaining about it, I guarantee you, are the people who quite literally have no job, no life, probably live in their mama's basement with a 4-week-old Cheetos crusted white T-shirt in their tidy whities, sitting in the basement.
Excuse me, that's exactly me.
That's what I'm saying.
Except I don't have a basement no more, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so then that ain't you. Then
you're moving up. You're moving up in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You're a real man now.
I can look out a window. It burns.
We all blame Baron for it, Nerd Foil. How you doing, Brian?
Yeah.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, man.
Lame.
And you want? Well, you know what? Cash isn't here, so the blame passes on to you.
Oh yeah. Why didn't I think of that?
I mean,
dang you, Cash.
Technically, we could just blame Cash because he failed to show up, and then that way, next time he comes on, he has a mountain of stuff that he has to answer for now.
Okay, being that you just did that. Okay.
It doesn't say if they're of a particular ideology, Brian, but you can pretty much figure it out. If they're making these changes, it's because somebody's panties got in a bunch and they're throwing a hissy fit. And, speaking of Cash again, he's going to say, I love it when people talk about me when I'm not on stream. That's because you're not here. You're fair game.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
You don't want you to defend yourself.
Mm-mm. That's why we have Cash Money from Wish here.
I gotta let people see that.
It's
there you go.
These people, I mean,
ouch.
That's our cash money from Wish.
Scary.
If someone doesn't like Pop Talk because we get a little silly, have fun, well, guess what? Life's short. We gotta have fun. When everything else in entertainment's crumbling around us, you gotta find some place to have fun.
I'm having fun.
I mean,
Cash
let's
money
be
can
real.
put his change in my piggy bank any day.
What?
You never heard that?
Cash money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
That's what she said.
And
Hold on.
Is
Is that Siri hitting on Cash?
Oh, it's an AI hitting on Cash. It may not be Siri, but it's an AI.
About the only ones that are that way about Cash.
And Brian asked, did someone say that the usernames are racist? I don't know. It's just this news that came out saying that Discord is going to be making these changes and putting the @ symbol in front of everybody's name. So if I @ you sometime, are you going to @ me back, Nerdporial, or are you going to just look at it and go, fuck off, Mike?
Boy, there's a lot of adding going on here. Hey, baby, you want to with me?
Let's see.
Pop Talk is toxic.
Yeah, it is.
I agree with you. We are.
Wait. No, we like to have fun.
No, that's
We're not toxic. We like to have fun.
Pop Talk is toxic. Please.
Toxic talk.
We don't
baloney.
We don't like to have a show where we have a stick up our ass the whole show.
Then why do we have cash money?
No.
Oh, excuse me. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay, whatever.
He logged
I
off.
gotta go remove something.
Yeah, it's different.
All right. Gotta go ahead and move on from this Discord story. I think it's unnecessary.
No, it's not needed.
But
it's fixing something that doesn't need to be fixed.
Brian, here's a story you might get a laugh out of. And I am thinking about picking up the game at some point. I know it hasn't released yet, but I am thinking about picking it up.
What you got here? Oh, yeah, I read that.
Yeah, so somebody's upset because his website didn't get a review copy of the next Legend of Zelda game.
But he's got something up his butt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Recognize.
So, Kotaku journalist Luke Pinkett insinuates a desire for anti-Japanese violence in response to Nintendo denying the outlet a review copy of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. I wonder why. Anyone take a wild guess as to why that particular quote-unquote gaming news site didn't get their copy?
Yeah. I got something for this guy, and even though they're Asian, but from their country, but rough top Koreans, don't mess with them, okay?
So, this article comes to us from Bounding into Comics. It was actually posted on the 3rd, and it's by Spencer McCauley. It says, further providing the already widely held opinion that most mainstream video game journalists are no better than the straw men they claim to fight against, Kotaku journalist Luke Plunkett, I said Pinkett, whatever.
Plunkett, yeah.
But Plunkett recently responded to a round of discourse regarding the outlet's blacklisting by Nintendo with an image that insinuated a desire for anti-Japanese violence.
One question. I do have to have the one question on the one word that they use here. Blacklisting.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really a blacklisting?
Well, let's read the article further and see if we get any more meat to this.
To feed the cats with? Okay.
It says Kotaku's latest episode of self-embarrassment was first sparked on April 26th when staff writer Ethan Gach, or Gach, however you pronounce his last name, took to his personal. Gach is best served live. Took to his personal Twitter account to bemoan the fact that the outlet was not provided a review copy of the highly anticipated The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
It's preview day for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, a huge game. I would love for Kotaku to be able to inform its millions of... They got millions of readers? I mean, are we sure that's not a mistake?
Fantasy world.
Mm-hmm.
But they want to inform their millions of readers firsthand. Whined Gach. Unfortunately, Nintendo still has it blacklisted from advanced coverage. A move I would argue is both unprofessional and coercive. Well, wham. Yet, what God notably failed to mention is his attempt at righteous indignation is the fact that Kotaku's blacklisting was nobody's fault but their own. You have done it to yourself. And it goes on to say,
nothing.
You lose. Good day, sir.
Mm-hmm.
While the exact cause of Nintendo's disdain for Kotaku has yet to publicly detailed, a passing glance of their archives reveals that the outlet regularly and more often than not extremely disingenuously accuses any and all publishers of any number of socio-political transgressions. Sorry, I don't know. Because, well, you hear it so often anymore.
I know. It's just automatically you see trans, and it's like, no.
Yeah, I know that's probably going to get me in trouble.
We're all in trouble.
You're going to be demonetized.
Okay, I'm not monetized.
So we're good. It's all good. Just trans it up.
Anyways, it says, in terms of Nintendo with a history of such hits as Super Smash Brothers, Ultimate, Persona 5, DLC includes a disability slur, an absolutely absurd accusation, and Metroid Dread is already running great on Switch emulators, which was published the day after the game released. It's not hard to see why the esteemed Japanese publisher would view working with Kotaku as bad business.
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo, you can send me a copy. I'll review it. I'll give you an honest review.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, you can send Norporio a copy. I know he'll be more than happy to review it.
I'll review it. You give it to me for free, I'll review it.
Shortly after he hit send, Gach's whining would see him and the outlet as a whole insinuated with criticism, most of which was focused on the outlet's aforementioned lack of journalistic integrity. Wait. That they've never had any, and
yeah.
So to say they're lack, no. This is who they are. They don't have any.
No.
And the fact that they were attempting to shift blame to their blacklisting away from their own actions. Well, that's how some people do it. I'm not saying everybody does it. There are some people, they do something wrong. Oh, it wasn't my fault. It was Barron's. It was Barron's.
Yeah.
You mean like Disney Star Wars?
Yes.
We didn't make a bet.
All of
All of-
Disney Star Wars is the fault of this man right here.
all their audience, really.
These
Everybody's
people
racist.
just don't. These people just don't understand the direction we wanted to go with Star Wars. These people just don't understand.
And nobody ever understands these people.
These people.
But the article goes on to say, however, rather than engage in even a moment of self-reflection, Gok decided to add to Kotaku's history of acting like petulant children by responding to the criticism by publishing a self-explanatory article detailing everything we're learning about Zelda Tears of the Kingdom from the leaks. A response that was soon met with backlash all its own. And I'm going to go ahead and include the link to that in case anybody wants to read it. I don't know if anybody really wants to waste their time to read it, but
Nah. But I do like that image down there. Journalistic integrity 404.
404.
Not to be confused with 401. Yeah, 414.
that's a great image.
I mean, look, let's just be real, okay? I mean, Kotaku hasn't really been like in a lot of the circles that we're in. So if you watch Nerdroticus and Gamers, you watch like any in the nerd circles we're in, Kotaku hasn't really ever been talked about. Like they're kind of like in the corner, kind of. They're like, okay, shut up, Kotaku. Yeah, we hear you. Anyways, what were you saying, Bob? Like that's kind of, I mean. And the fact that this person is just moaning and complaining like a little petulant child, just let's just be real, okay? I'm sure any one of us would love to get an early release of a game and play it and then create either a video or an essay, what have you, giving details about what we thought about the game, pros, cons, etc. This guy doesn't get one. Oh my God! Welcome to the rest of the gaming community. Okay, we get early releases. I mean, if you're lucky, they'll release the alphas or the betas that you can download. But not 99% of games don't do that. So, oh my God, you didn't get one. Boo freaking who? Welcome to real life.
Well, I've never heard of these Hunyucks before until this broadcast and this story. But going through all this sounds like something that you made your own bed. Sleep in it. All it seems like you are just a bunch of piss ants. And constructive criticism is one thing, but if they're going to go out there and start hitting all these geopolitical buzzword things, it's like, oh, you don't have this character in there, you racist or bigot or whatever word you want to have after it. Why do you want to keep on sending your stuff to someone? Here's a nice cake. So the first thing you do is slam it against the wall and say, "Hey, look, it's not edible." Well, you're the one that threw it against the wall.
Yeah.
I mean, you think I'm happy paying $70 for a Jedi Survivor and the game has problems?
Right. And we portray, and of course I shared with Mike, and of course he shared it on Sunday, those links from their site. And again, is 100% constructive. What they're saying is wrong, and the response from people pointing out what's wrong.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be afraid to point out what's wrong with a game as someone who's gone into the store or ordered it online to play the game.
Right.
We shouldn't be afraid to say anything. You think Gotham Knights was one of those games that I enjoyed playing from start to finish? No, it had problems. I wasn't afraid to voice my issues with those problems.
With every
And
death.
I'm not going to shut up about it.
He hasn't.
No, you're right about that. But why should I? Why should I?
No, exactly. I mean, it just these are the issues. Can you fix it or do better next time?
Well, with Gotham Knights, they had a patch update that was 40 gigabytes. You think that would have fixed stuff? No, it made stuff worse.
40 gigabytes? Holy cow. That should have.
Yeah, it should have, but it didn't. But getting back to this article, it says enter Plunkett. A senior editor for the outlet, Plunkett joined the conversation on May 3rd to defend his colleague. Sharing a tweet by Game Slush Pile, never even heard of them,
No.
who after seeing Goss petty leak coverage questioned, you complain about Nintendo blacklisting you, then post spoilers based on leaks. Who is being unprofessional here? And share the official business email for Nintendo of America's legal division. Plunkett declared, very normal behavior. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can see the tweets here.
Right.
And it goes on to say, then allowing his mask to fully flip, Plunkett concluded his rant by highlighting a historic World War II era photo of 356th Fighter Squadron Commanding Officer Lieutenant Colonel James H. Howard sitting in his P-51B5 Mustang, showing off his victory markings, detailing his confirmed kills against both Nazi Germany and, I know I probably should have said Yahtzee, but you know what, I said it. Let YouTube punish me.
Yeah, screw you.
And more specifically, Imperial Japan. For the record, he concluded, obviously posting it with aggressive intent. This is how I feel about publisher blacklist. Oh, so you're saying they should be wiped out? Oh, huh. Yeah.
And this is a site that complains of. What's up? Go on.
That's maturity. You know what? Why don't you just lift up your britches and move on?
Are these the same people that complain about social political stuff stuff, and then they put something like that out there, which is again hate? I mean, they're accusing others, and then they show their own colors, you might say. And it's like, yeah, you guys really are. Oh, bye, Matt. Was it something I said?
Thank you for stopping by, Max. It's good to see you. Definitely gonna have you on Pop Talk one of these days.
Oh, please, definitely. But all I can say is this is going to be like me in Cash having asked a question to these people at this site.
What would you say you do here?
Yeah.
Hey, later in your nerdtorial, man. Thanks
Hey, take care, Brian.
And
now we can start talking about it.
I do love New Trek. I love Captain Marvel and She-Hulk. I am their simps. I am their butt boy. Everything about them I love. Just I wrap myself in them. Like I celebrate Disney's entire catalog.
You saw the episode of South Park where they were doing with the cats, with the huffing with the cats or whatever they called it. Were you doing that this weekend? I mean, coming back and saying a statement like this, you must have been,
yes.
Doing. Okay, I thought so. It's gone to his brain, folks.
I went to go watch the last Disney thing, and they convinced me.
He was the one. He was one during Rise of Skywalker who, when Rey and Kylo kissed, he's like, "Aw, that's so romantic," and it just brings a tear to my eye. There is nothing else on this earth that is more beautiful than that. That's what he was like.
I also heard reports that he screamed out saying, "I want to be their love child." That happened too, so.
I am their love child.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I went to go watch the last Disney thing, and I got for some reason we got herded into a back room somewhere, and I saw a bunch of lights, and and then I just remember walking out of the movie, just thinking, just feeling so warm and fuzzy about the movie. I don't even remember what the movie
Wait a minute. Anonymous, how many lights do you see?
I was literally about to ask that.
There was 5 lights.
I was thinking of a Clockwork Orange myself. But.
Something.
I was literally getting ready to ask.
It's all fuzzy right now. I mean, just flashes of what happened. I don't know. All I know is I like Disney.
and hello, Tim Stock. How you doing, Tim?
Hey,
Tim.
Anonymous. How many lights do you see?
I saw 10, maybe 6.
It's more like Anonymous. How many lights do you see? Do 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 do. That's so it was like 4, 5. What? How much is do 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 do? I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Toothbrush.
Toothbrush.
Oh boy, guys.
Oh,
But
Lord have mercy.
any final thoughts on Kotaku? Throw it a hissy fit.
Keep throwing a hissy fit because it gives us entertainment and stuff to talk about and makes you look even stupider. So keep talking, Kotaku, because you're doing great work.
Yeah, this is going to really push your brand and get people to like your site and your articles. That's going to bring out that's going to bring everybody to your site. Just keep it up. Just don't worry about it. You might go the way of what was the last one that went out? Vox, was it?
Yeah,
Vice.
Vox.
Vice.
And let's
So,
also
see you.
let's also not forget in this day and climate where all you have to say is, you know what, I think this or I think that. The internet blows up with, oh, you're anti-Asian, anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-this, anti-that. How is an article not like this not blowing up everywhere? Considering he's literally calling for Asian hate violence.
Yeah.
Yet the news is silent. I'm just saying, like, in this climate, everything is anti. Literally,
Double standards. Double standards.
Exactly. So
it only matters if he's one of them, right?
Right.
They only take notice if it's not one of them.
Yeah. So I mean, at the end of the day, Kotaku is just a little whisper. Unless you're really listening carefully, you're not going to hear them, and even then, you'll start listening, and you'll be like, "Oh, I'm bored. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to watch season 3 of Star Trek Picard again because it is a million times better than your best thing ever said." Click.
Well, and I think this shows exactly the reason why it's not getting the press, except by people like us, is they are insignificant. They have no impact out there. It was not a hard decision, I'm sure. It's like, okay, these guys, all they do is make all these complaints needlessly. And they don't really even have the followership. I mean, millions? Bullshit. So this is a sign of someone who's desperate, trying to get, hey, look at me, I'm important too. Why didn't I get one? I'm important. Hey, I'm important. Really?
Look at me. Hey, I'm over here. Look at me.
Right. This is like the episode of South Park with Harry and Meghan. It's like, leave us alone. Quit looking at us.
No, you're public figures. You're open game.
Right.
That's how Saturday Night Live used to approach it.
Yeah.
With sitting presidents, they were open game.
Right. Ooh.
So yeah, I figured we'd go to this article next because Spaceballs, even to this day, is still a very funny movie, and maybe add a little levity to the broadcast.
This is probably going to be the most serious story we have tonight.
Wait. Since when did we ever become serious?
I was about to
Yahoo
say,
serious?
Surely we're serious.
Don't call me serious.
I was literally going to say.
You know what? Why say it when I have the clip?
I'll let you.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Oh God, they don't make movies like that anymore. They don't. The last great movie, which was surprisingly by those the brothers. What's their name?
The Zucker brothers?
Zucker brothers was American Carol. I don't know if you guys ever saw that. That's just a great movie because it has that it's got the airplane, Naked Gun feel about it. It's just that was the last great comedy, in my opinion.
And Kelsey Grammer.
And yeah, had Kelsey Grammer, Travis Tritt, Leslie Nielsen. Had a
James Woods.
pretty good cast. Yeah, had
Bill
a very
O'Reilly.
great cast. Yeah, that's right. For the brief little bit he was in. Oh,
and the star guy, that was actually Chris Farley's brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's. Yeah, it's yeah. For anyone who's listening, if you have not seen American Carol, it's essentially like a patriotic kind of like take on the with the Naked Gun airplane feel. It's got all-star cast. It's got that wicked humor that you get from like Airplane, Naked Gun, that kind of stuff, and it's just.
It was a slam to Moore. What's his name?
Roger Moore.
Michael Moore.
Not Roger Moore. Michael
Moore.
Moore.
Moore. And it was just, and that's the thing. It wasn't political. It was just like, we love America. That was it. And it was done in just that classic Zucker Brothers fashion. It was just so good. So good. Mwah. Anyways, Spaceballs.
I think before we go into it, we need to have the great opening into Spaceballs.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
Yo!
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Now we can properly talk about the story.
Yes.
Yes, we can properly talk about the story because I'm sure people tuning in to Pop Talk, whether they're watching live now or they were here or they come back later and watch, or they watch at any other time, probably going, geez, how many assholes does Pacific have on this panel besides himself?
Most of them are just running away, dude. We drive them away.
And we have one AWOL.
No, he's sleeping.
Yeah. Sleeping on Twitter. He fell asleep on his keyboard again. He's got a waffle face. A chin with a waffle face because of the keyboard.
All right, so this article comes from GameSpot. It's by Kevin Wan. It was posted on their site on May 3rd. And it says Spaceballs, 35 things that you didn't know about the classic Star Wars parody.
And it was an article written by that guy. You cannot go wrong with it.
Oh, gosh. Baron.
I do my part.
And yeah, I know you're doing your part. It says Mel Brooks' Spaceballs is now streaming on Netflix. Here are some Easter eggs you might have missed. As we near May the 4th, May the 4th by this time is come and gone. Also known as Star Wars Day. Incorrect. Star Wars Day is May 25th.
Yeah, screw them. I'm not.
I have spoken. I am doing a Star Wars stream on the 25th. That's the true Star Wars Day.
I'm actually going to be on vacation on that day. So if I can join, I will for that, Mike, if you'll have me. I just don't know if I can make it. But if you'll have me, I would gladly like to be there.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to self-invite, by the way.
Can I be there?
Hello.
I guess you can.
And then watch, as soon as we all show,
oh,
Mike will pass out some blue milk that one of them is not tainted, and it'll be his, and then ours will be tainted, and it'll be like, cheers, and then we'll all be like, oh, Mike, why? He's just trying to lure us in.
You just calling Mike a murderer?
No.
No. I think I know what Patriot's calling me. I gotta get the clip. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Time has come. Execute Order 66.
Okay, I got Order 66 here. 2 Whoppers, a fries, and a large drink. Who's got Order 66?
I actually took a photo. I deleted it years ago. But when I flew into what was it? It was California. We had I had a long layover. I actually went up, got me a burger and some truffle fries. They weren't really truffly, but that's what they called them. And I look at my receipt, and it literally said order 66.
So don't eat those.
Wait a minute. And so when you saw that it said 66, did you go, good?
That's what I was like.
Good.
Actually, the word actually, It's actually better than that. When I do that, I'm like, good, good. And then I look up, and the woman at the register has this look of like, the hell are you?
Oh,
Get
man.
all the crazy.
Her out.
Probably.
Well, you know how many younglings got taken out around them too when they happened? I tell you.
Very nice Padawannabe. Tell you what, Padawannabe, if we're still going that night and you want to hop on after you're done with Pops, you're more than welcome.
Am I digging? Who's digging?
It's not me. At least I don't think it is.
Who is the dingy? Wait a moment. You know, we only put you in the dingy, that's all.
Oh, quiet you.
Quiet you.
But anyways, it says, about May the 4th and how it's Star Wars Day. And now Spaceballs is now on Netflix again. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a great movie. If you haven't seen it before, I highly recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
It's an owner. You must own.
Mm-hmm. They go on to say there's one movie that likely won't get the kind of attention is deserved this time of year. Thankfully, we're fixing that. In 1987, Mel Brooks directed and released Spaceballs, his stand-up of all things Star Wars. It received a mixed reception at the time. Many critics compared it unfavorably to his previous comedy classic like The Producers and Young Frankenstein. But the 3 decades removed, Spaceballs has come to be recognized as a comedy classic in its own right. It may not have the satirical brilliance of Blazing Saddles, but even its silliest jokes elicit a chuckle. Spaceballs also has a distinct advantage of ubiquity. Some days I just can't speak. That's most days, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Of its source material, every new generation that discovers Star Wars also discovers the larger subculture surrounding it, and Spaceball has become a beloved part of the Star Wars culture in no small part because Star Wars creator George Lucas loved the script so much, in fact, that he lent a hand to the movie's post-production. Here are 35 Easter eggs in Mel Brooks' Spaceballs, now streaming on Netflix. And if you like this gallery, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
It says a long ship. As number 1, the opening scene of the movie is a parody of episode 4. And it goes on to say, featuring an overly long spaceship. The spaceship is a practical effect. The real life model is 17 feet long, and Grant McCurry, who worked on the models and practical effects for Star Wars Episode 4, helped design the ship as well. Well, Industrial Light and Magic did the special effects, so of course.
Yeah.
Dark Helmet. Rick Moranis plays Dark Helmet, a parody of Darth Vader. Moranis is also famous for his role as Seymour in Little Shop of Horrors, Louis Tully in Ghostbusters, and Wayne Selinsky in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Moranis semi-retired from acting in 1997, and Brooks has said that he would not consider a Spaceball sequel without Moranis. In a 2013 interview, Moranis claimed that he and Brooks discussed a possible sequel, but the discussion fell apart due to budget concerns.
Wait a moment. Dark Helmet was a takeoff of Darth Vader? I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
The hell you say?
And let's see, comedy legend, comedy legend Joan Rivers plays the voice of Dot Matrix, a parody of Star Wars droid C-3PO. Rivers was not in the actual suit. Mime artist Lauren Lauren Barmil performed the droid's movements. No kidding.
Shields in there, yeah. Yeah.
And can we talk, Doc? Matrix says Joan Rivers' signature catchphrase. Can we talk? Oh, wait a minute, guys. He has arisen from his slumber. He's probably looking at his keyboard and noticing all the drool that's on his keyboard.
Oh.
And he's probably going, see, I'm not here on Pop Talk. They're talking shit about me. I got to defend my honor.
Too little, too late, man.
I think we've been doing good with the cash money from Wish.
I think we have been too. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger...
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yeah, Sensei.
Welcome, Sleepy Beauty.
Yeah, welcome here. Well, it's just kind of hard having your job, man.
I had to add to the picture of Baron, so we have Cash from Wish, and then I found Baron exclusive interview. So,
hey, yeah, the beard's bigger. The beard is bigger. Hey, ladies, what do you think of me, huh?
No, you should have got the Jabba the Hutt lady on that podcast.
I mean Gorlock the Destroyer.
Oh my god! You guys have seen that? You guys have seen that video, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
You know the funny thing is, I actually watched that because I actually watched the whatever podcast and everything. Like I watch as much as I can, and I listen to the rest of it while I'm working. I actually watched that whole thing, and that was all I could think of was when it was there. All I could think of, oh shit. That's all I can literally think of. And then someone did the video.
Yeah, and someone did do it with the voice of Jabba the Hutt over it.
He's gonna kill himself.
Gorlock the Destroyer.
Yeah, seriously.
Where else on YouTube are you going to find a show where we talk shit about each other on air?
There might be some, but I don't
know. I mean, let's be real. Friday Night Tights. If they're not talking, shit on each other, then it's Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah.
Let's just be real. Friday Night Tights. They're like, they set the bar for that almost.
Yeah,
but we're a second.
I don't know. There probably was somebody even before Geeks and Gamers who set the bar high.
Probably.
If we dig into the archives.
Yeah, assuming the channels haven't been removed. Yeah.
Right. Good point.
And to go on with this article, it's talking about how John Candy plays Barf, a broad parody of Chewbacca, according to Bill Pullman, who plays Lone Star.
Lone Star.
I had to do it that way. Candy was frustrated with his costume. His ears and tail were both remote controlled, which gave him less opportunities to improvise and ad-lib the way he wanted to.
Not only that pack, he had like this big pack on him, like about 40 pounds with batteries and all that would be running all those.
Because you could see the pack as he's bending over right here. And
I had Taco Bell. Smell?
And then, of course, it mentions Dr. Jones, I presume. I mean, look at it here. Obviously. It says this shot of Bill Pullman taking a nap with his hat over his eyes is a tribute to Steven Spielberg and George Lucas character Indiana Jones, who often sleeps in the same pose.
Not only that, George Lucas didn't want Lone Star to look like Han Solo, so they said, "Okay, fine, we'll make him look like Indiana Jones."
Yeah.
Which is
And
brilliant.
let's see.
Hey, grow like the Destroyer!
Mel Brooks, stand by. It says Dom DeLuise plays the role of Pizza the Hut. DeLuise is a frequent Brooks collaborator who appeared in 6 of the director's films, starting with 12 Chairs and ending with Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Mm-hmm.
And at number 8, it says the main headquarters of Planet Spaceball has a rotunda that is modeled after the U.S. Capitol building. And you see it right there.
You know what? I'm today year old, and I never noticed that before. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm taking myself off this broadcast because I don't deserve it.
Yeah, you go sit in the corner, man.
I will.
You go sit in the corner.
Turn in all your credentials, Baron.
That's right.
I'm putting my credentials
Turn your
in
chair.
right now.
Bow your head in shame.
I'm keeping this chair. That's a brand new gamer chair.
We're the Klingon High Council, and we're turning our backs to you.
Oh, that's nothing.
But speaking of Mel Brooks, my brother and his best friend watched History Part 2. What is it called?
History of Part 2.
Yeah, and said it was very funny and very, very politically incorrect. So I was glad to hear that. I haven't watched it yet. That's on Hulu, right?
I'm not gonna lie.
That's interesting because the trailer, the trailer, you watch that and you're going, "Oh, this is going to be a mess. This is going to be a politically correct mess."
Yeah, that's exactly, Mike, what I thought when I saw the trailer. All I could think of is nope, because it was like, I'm just like, you know what? They're gonna purposefully offend every single group in a certain way and leave other groups like untouched in one way, like to literally go out of their way to offend people, not like mock stuff, like literally like oppression Olympics level stuff.
Dude, they were mocking the Underground Railroad, and from what I heard, and they got Wanda Sykes as what's her name?
Harriet Tubman.
Yes.
You know what? I might do it, and then I might have to create a video of a reaction to it. I might just have to watch it and then do a reaction video after it.
Oh,
you know what? That might be my next video too.
Hey, share the pain, you two.
Yeah, you guys might not feel the same, but from what I hear, it is definitely politically incorrect. So, and people, my brother, his best friend, were laughing quite hard. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Yes.
Yeah, but they also dragged you to see Lightyear, so I mean.
I don't know. My brother was more gung ho about seeing Lightyear than I was, and yeah, that movie was a mess. But at least I can say I saw it and tell people don't watch it.
That's not a proud moment. I wouldn't go out there and see it.
All I had to do was watch
Not saying it's
clips
proud.
of it to know it was crap. That's all I had to do.
They need to bounce back with that Elemental movie. So
that's not gonna happen.
I don't know.
Unfortunately,
I mean, considering Mario's already hit 1.1 billion, it's only a couple 100,000 away from beating Frozen 2,
right?
which is
Yes.
Frozen 2, which holds overall, if you include domestic and international, the highest grossing animated film of all time. It looks like it's steadily tracking. I don't know if it'll eclipse it, but it's hot on its heels.
Good.
So
I would be fine with that.
I'll drink to it if it doesn't. I hate Disney.
Real quick, we can go ahead and take a look at the box office figures for this weekend. Then we'll go back to the Spaceballs article. But
Spaceballs.
But according to Box Office Mojo, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 made $114 million this weekend. At number 2 was Super Mario Brothers with $18.6 million. And then you had Evil Dead Rise come in at $5.7 million at number 3. And then we have Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, not Margaret, coming in at 3.4. And John Wick Chapter 4 at 2.4 million, leading the top 5. Of course, for Mario, it's made $1,155,298,705 worldwide.
Yep.
You see the domestic gross right here, and the international gross right here.
I mean, let's also not forget it has not been open in Asia very long. So we got to see, because obviously you have Korea and Japan, they're going to have their own domestic movies going up against it. So we got to really see. It's gonna take a couple of weeks to really know the longevity, because our people in like Korea and Japan who love Nintendo especially, are they gonna be multi-watchers of it? They're gonna watch it 2, 3, 4 times. Are they gonna watch it once and be like, it's okay, like. So we got to see what kind of legs this has in the Asian market right now.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And real quick, I want to say hello to Jacob Ironside. Good to see you, Jacob. So, as far as Guardians, because I said this to a couple of people already, I don't see Guardians making $1 billion. I don't. I went and saw it yesterday, and even though it was decent, I still think that the first Guardians was the better of the 3 movies.
Well, when you said that some jokes aren't going to land, I was like, oh no, not this again.
Yeah. And you know what, Cash, you might go and watch it, and you might think, well, Mike, I don't know what you watched, but I enjoyed it. And same goes with Baron, same for you, Anonymous, and same goes for you, Patriot. But
I don't know, man. There's just, I'm hoping that I feel that way. I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie. I have no desire to see it. Me personally, I know some people, they're not burnt out on Marvel stuff, but I guess for me, after Endgame, it's been the only. Okay, so since from Endgame up until Guardians 3, the only movie that was of any bright spot was Spider-Man No Way Home. And that is literally because they brought back Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield to replay their Spider-Man, their respective Spider-Man, and have the trio. If it were not for that, that movie would have bombed. I guarantee it.
Well, dude, I love with the Sony Into the Spider-Verse, Smoking Patriot, and then I see what they're doing with the trailer in the second movie, and I'm just like, I have some bad feelings about this, and I shouldn't. I should be excited about this, but after some of the thing, I'm like, what are they trying to hide? What are they doing? It annoys me a bit because I like the first one so much, man, and I understand why it won Best Animated Movie that year at the Oscars. It's like it's just.
Well, and that's the problem at the end of the day is that because I didn't see Into the Spider-Verse, but I heard a lot of good things about it. But I just know that when they did like they put what was it the more recent Spider-Man game where it had who's the black kid who plays the Spider-Man, the other
you're talking about Miles Morales, you had
that one, and then they had like the little like Black Lives Matter as the flag in the background during part of the game. It's like when
they had a billboard. I blasted a website for this, man. I says, listen, there shouldn't be any kind of political ties with Miles, and especially since his father is a cop. It's just it's silly.
Yeah, exactly.
Really and just reckless, in my opinion. Yeah,
it was, and that's the problem is that I cannot support modern Hollywood. Pretty much, like the last movie in theaters I went to go see was, let me think, it was John Wick 4. It was John Wick 4. That was the last movie I went and saw in theaters because now I still need to go see Super Mario. I'm not going to lie. I keep meaning to get out and do that. I haven't. But aside from Mario, which I do want to see, John Wick 4 is the only other movie this whole year that actually excites me. Hollywood, to me, is dead. It puts out nothing good. It is garbage stuff across the board, from superhero to rom-coms to horror, everything in between.
Well, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was. Yeah.
No, it's well, yeah, Crit, me, and Phil on Discord, we've been watching Ted Lasso, and there's a lot of things to enjoy about Ted Lasso. But this third season, which is supposed to be the final season, there starts to be more politics. They start forcing relationships in there, and they're using even like a land that poops for some reason that's supposed to be funny. And I'm like, why is this even in here? And why aren't we focusing more on Ted Lasso, since this is about this is his show? It's so weird. So we got these side stories that aren't as interesting, and it's like, where did the writers want to go with this? Like, there's other places they could go. And so even a lot of this new entertainment, it doesn't make any sense. You see stuff like Dungeons and Dragons. Why is there so many jokes all the time? Why isn't there more of a serious tone? Like, it just goes on and on and on. But I think you would really I do believe, especially if you're a Mario fan, you'll like Mario.
Oh, no, I've heard nothing but good things about it. I've heard obviously some criticisms because, let's just be real, no movie is ever perfect. But
no,
the positives,
Citizen Kane,
far outweigh the negatives. So, and this is where, again, like when if I'm looking at this through my lens of common sense, I'm looking at stuff and saying, okay, what did they do back in the day? Okay, horror movies were horror movies. Okay, comedies were comedies. They didn't pull punches. Okay,
No.
Action movies. You had gratuitous violence, over the top action, lots of guns, lasers, what have you. You had you showed the chest part on females freely. You look at rom-coms. You look at them, and they were just like it was just a romantic story. There was no agenda. There was no demeaning a man or demeaning a woman or anything like that. It was just two people who were in whatever crazy, wacky situation that just happened to fall in love and happily ever after, all that stuff. It was the formula was simple, It was simple.
It was.
Now it's not simple because you can't make you cannot make Blazing Saddles. You couldn't make Robin Hood Men in Tights. You couldn't make Spaceballs. You could not even make Rush Hour today.
No, I don't think so. No. As long as it's not Rush Hour 3, I don't care what anybody says. That movie was.
Rush Hour 3 did have some good jokes. It did have some good ones in it.
I don't remember it. It's just like Beverly Hills Cop 3. It started off well, and then it just fell apart.
Yeah, Rush Hour 3 was the weakest, but it did have some good points.
Yeah, it had a few.
Chick takes off her wig. Oh my god! I almost went to third base with a man. I'm a woman, you idiot! I just shaved my head. Why'd you go do that?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's this is why I watch older movies. I yesterday. I watched Team America World Police yesterday. I mean, everybody needs to watch that if you haven't.
It's so outrageous. I love it. This is great.
But that's the thing, is all our movies.
Patriot.
America!
The puppet sex, the songs.
Matt Damon.
What happened? Yeah, Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. I'm going to go through the rest of the show just doing that. Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
I went into work for like 2 weeks. Every time someone do something, I'd be like, why is everyone so fucking stupid? Why can't everyone just be intelligent? Like me.
Like me. Yes. I'm lonely. Yeah, it's
So
funny.
wrong.
It's so funny. Yeah, it takes shots at so many things.
It does in
It's
so
just
many
great.
ways.
Yeah.
So, but to get back to the whole thing with because we were getting onto the whole Spaceballs thing.
Spaceballs.
It's this is why everybody who watches movies, you watch everything that came before because it was good. Whether it was, again, fill in the blank on genre, it was good. Sure, you had your occasional terrible ones, but even them, you can watch them and just laugh at them because they were just so stupid and outrageous and poorly made. Not because they pushed an agenda. They were just poorly made movies. That was it. You laughed at them because they were that stupid.
Yep.
I want another Battlefield Earth, so I can mock it.
Never really watched that movie.
Oh my!
Yeah, it was. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It wasn't.
It was so stupid.
It was so bad. It was good.
If it's anything from Mission to Mars, which I think I remember the aliens and the Disney type music in that, or Reindeer Games, or even like Elektra, the movie. Oh, that movie was so boring. Oh, so
Elektra. Let's see, Mission to Mars. I never saw Mission to Mars. I saw Red Planet, but I never saw Mission to Mars. Red Planet, I think, was a pretty decent movie.
Yeah, Red Planet is good.
The funny thing, even like that Dungeons and Dragons movie, man, they just needed to back off on the jokes. There was some potential there, but they squandered it, and it was just like, we don't need all these jokes. It's okay. I know there's been movies in the past, or especially that movie Dragon Strike, where it was goofy, but it still had a tone of, this is Dungeons and Dragons. This did to an extent, but there was just too many jokes, and they didn't have the palette anymore. And why do we have a dragon that's fat? But it's okay to go and see this stuff, because then you can tell other people, and it's just it doesn't kill you, but it doesn't make you feel that great either.
This is what happens when you make a bard one of your main characters. Nobody plays a bard.
Exactly. You know what? I was wondering the exact same thing. As soon as I heard that the bard was like the leader, all I could think of, well, this is going to hell in a handbasket then. You'd think it'd be a mage or the barbarian or something like that. Like
it was just this whole thing about like the wizard had to gain confidence and stuff, but it was just really silly. They just kept going with the jokes and the jokes and the jokes. And Hugh Grant was actually good in this as the villain, but it just, even Chris Pine would have been fine, and Michelle Rodriguez, like her character, she got to do this. This movie didn't know what it wanted to be. Is it going to be a comedy? Is it going to be an action film? It needed to be somewhere in the middle, and that's why I think one of the reasons it bombed. And it was too bad. And should they try again? I don't know. If they're going to go in a better direction and actually do it, then I'm fine with that. If they're going to still go in this direction, I think they should stay away from it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I had no desire to see the movie. It didn't appease me at all. And this is coming from somebody who's never played Dungeons and Dragons or any variants of it, even though I've wanted to for many years. It's just one of those things where I'm like, okay, you have a bard leading a group.
Yep.
This already doesn't sound good. Like, the bard's supposed to be, bards aren't usually leaders. When I think of a leader, I think of, like I said, a mage, a wizard, a barbarian, a warrior, a knight, something like that.
Yeah, paladin, cavalier.
Yeah. I don't think of, hi, I'm the bard. Let me go sing you a merry tune.
Well, the whole thing about like Chris Pine also, it's like, dude, you're supposed to be the so-called master thief, and now you're having doubts about this, and you're having doubts throughout the film. Why do I feel like this male character needs to have doubts because he's male? And it's just, that kept running through my head, and I'm like, this is silly. Like, then he finally, I finally did something right, or I felt that. It's like, dude, where was more of the building of this character where he would start feeling more confident about being a thief? It's just so weird. the structure or lack thereof of these characters, actually building them, it's really sad. And maybe this writer's strike, I think it's still going on. I haven't checked
Yeah,
recently.
it's still going on.
Okay. Maybe this will be a wake-up call for these people. So you know what? We're doing a lot of stupid things, and maybe we can do better. But how can it be when some of them are even going out and say, you know what, this is the streamers' fault? And I'm like, yeah, let's blame the streamers. Some of these writers are. It's ridiculous. They're going to get replaced by AI. They really are. They keep going down this route.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying that the AI is doing better. They're saying the AI is doing a better job writing Star Wars than they got over there at Disney.
Probably could at this point.
Yeah.
I bet the five of us could write a story better than the current writers in charge of Star Wars.
I just would like some writers and directors to come out and say, just like how people like Christopher Nolan feels, even people like some of the old Ridley Scott, some of these older directors or writers that have been around, and say, you know what, we're going to make something entertaining and we're going to mean it. I would like to see that, but I don't know. I don't want even Pixar to fail, because I've loved Pixar for so long, but that Lightyear movie, such a mess. And if they don't bounce back with Elemental and it doesn't actually make some really good money, I think Pixar could be in a lot of trouble. And Illumination and some of these other studios, even DreamWorks, can, start saying, you better do better, Disney or Disney Pixar, or we're going to start taking over the throne. Yeah.
Well, competition's good. That's the reason
Yes,
why.
it is. Yes. And so I think there needs to be more competition to push Disney Pixar. And I think that would be good. We'll start getting some better quality again, I hope.
Who let the dogs out?
All right, so Smoking Patriot, before we finish this article, I wanted to know, did Power Rangers make you feel like you wanted to feel like, since you're a big Power Rangers fan, did that 30th anniversary make you say, you know what, I'm really happy about this, this is great for the fans, or did you feel, this could still be better?
I didn't have any real expectations going in, because all of the like the trailers for it were like more like interviews with the cast. Like, man, this is gonna be awesome. So they didn't really show much of actual footage, so you really didn't know anything going in.
That's
obviously
good.
There were some plot holes because at the end of the day, they had their Dino powers, which were lost. Hence why they acquired the Zeo powers. So again, some in-universe continuity errors, but overall, if you just want to watch just old school Mighty Morphin and get that same feel you did when you were a kid, it had a lot of that same feel. It really did, from the acting, obviously a more serious, darker tone to the story. And those who haven't watched it, go watch it. It's on Netflix. Power Rangers, Once and Always. I'm not going to spoil anything really. But
Here, if you want to talk about some spoilers, I'll go ahead and put up the spoiler card.
Okay, so
they all die.
So the reason why it's so serious is because Trini is killed in the beginning, saving Billy.
Wow.
And the whole
Nice. Okay.
literally within the first like 2-3 minutes. And it's all about them essentially trying to go after Rita, who came back. She got a robot body. She came back, and it's all about them trying to stop her. And Trini's daughter essentially wants revenge, and Zach is kind of like her mentor, and basically trying to tell her, look, you want to become a Power Ranger, follow in your mother's footsteps, but you want revenge. Rangers are not about revenge.
Wow.
Revenge.
I like that message.
Yeah.
Okay.
It actually was really good. It had it still had funny moments. It had funny moments. It had more serious moments, but it was epic because they still did the classic morphing sequence, like when they're all screaming out their dinosaur names. It still had that epicness. It was just a lot of fun. I've watched it 7 times already, and I still get chills. Yeah, it's because for me, I grew up on that stuff. Mighty Morphin, while you look back, obviously it's so cheesy and all this stuff.
Sure,
Mankind has
sure.
always been kind of cheesy.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if you love Power Rangers just for what it was, Once and Always is a phenomenal thing. Yes.
Yeah, because I was
it's not
going to
perfect,
add
you know.
what I said last week on the show with you, Ryan. We had AP on here, we had Jet Sparks here, and we had Jason Fox from 540 Studios. Is this special was made for you guys who religiously watched the show each and every Saturday, and then when it moved to weekdays, each and every day when you got home from school, who stuck with it through whatever iteration it was when you finally said, I'm moving on. But it was made for you guys.
Yep. And like I said, aside from that one continuity error of how they still have their Dino powers and not their Zeo powers, again, nothing's ever going to be perfect. So aside from that one continuity error, it actually had a lot of Easter eggs in it, and it actually made Ranger history for two big reasons. One, Kat, who took over for Kimberly, she never actually assumed the pterodactyl dino powers. When she became Pink Ranger, she assumed the ninja. What was it? Oh God, what was it?
Ninja Crane Zord.
Crane. Ninja Crane is when she took over as Pink. So when she calls out pterodactyl, that's Ranger history because she never assumed any dino powers. She assumed the Ninja Crane powers. That's one, and two, it established that Tommy and Kat were married and had a kid, which had always been in the comics. In the comics, they got married, they had a kid, all this stuff. Now, this actually assumed it. Did they outwardly say this? No. But when you see Tommy up there and his powers being drained from him, he's in his shrunken figurine form, she goes reaching for Tommy first, and you hear it in her voice, which says Tommy. You hear it in her voice as if somebody who sees a loved one who's in pain. And she's reaching for Tommy first. No other Ranger, just Tommy. So they automatically they connect. Tommy and Kat got married like they did in the extended lore and the extended universe. They established that. So it made Ranger history in two different ways, actually, which was great to see personally for me being a Ranger fan.
Okay, cool. Well, if you want to watch it ever again, Mike, next week or whatever, I'll give it a shot.
All right. I mean, I know neither you or Baron were Power Ranger fans. That's why I told you guys you're not obligated to be on that edition of Pop Talk. You guys are never obligated to be on Pop Talk.
Yeah, on the contrary, he told us stay away. We don't need your smart antics about this. This is supposed to be reverence. Supposed to be nice to these guys.
But it was a great stream, and I think we all had a lot of fun. I certainly had a lot of fun listening to you guys talk about your love for Power Rangers and just how passionate you are, because it reminds me of how I was when I watched Voltron.
Yep.
Oh yes. Yep.
Or when Kat watched My Little Pony.
Well, now we're gonna, and the whole thing is, it seems like Netflix has the rights to all this stuff, and so we're gonna see what happens. But these animes and this other stuff, they need to be closer to the source material to an extent, and I think it would make a lot of fans happy. You should make the hardcore fans especially happy. It's hard to make a lot of people happy nowadays, especially with social media and this and that, but it would be a good thing. Like, I don't really want the My Hero live action to fail, but I'm worried about it. Oh, yeah. I'm personally worried about One Piece, what's going to happen. But if they can do this, because we've seen it with live action with actual fans. I saw an all black version of Cowboy Bebop, and guess what? It still felt like Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah. I've seen that same one here on YouTube. And
yeah.
It's because when you have people who are passionate about the franchise and actually care about the characters involved in the franchise and the story roots of that franchise, it's going to show.
Yep. And like I told Mike and everything, my big fear, and I'm already slowly seeing this to seep into Power Rangers, and I'm hoping that, I guess Netflix has the rights to create new content and whatnot. My big fear, and I told Mike this, is stuff you seeing pushed in culture. I'm slowly starting to see it seep into Power Rangers. Slowly. And that's my fear. Power Rangers was like one of the last holdouts where Power Rangers is Power Rangers. They didn't really address cultural issues, political issues, anything. It was just, hey, we morph, we fight bad guys, and we, help give some good moral lessons about teamwork and helping your your fellow man out. Now, I'm hoping that Power Rangers does not become like go down the road that so many other franchises have gone. I'm just hoping they don't, because it was the last holdout, and that's my concern.
Yeah,
I mean, there was that small moment where Maine had to rescue that guy's boyfriend, but I mean, it wasn't like they focused on it. It was just
no, but they did in the most recent Power Rangers series, though. In the most recent one, the Green Ranger has a relationship with another person. If you wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and that's what I'm
Bob's
saying.
your uncle, Fanny's your aunt.
Yeah. So, and that's why I'm like, please do not start pushing this stuff into this franchise. Now, again, culturally, I don't care what you do, but in our stuff, Star Wars, Star Trek, whatever, this is sacred stuff to the fans. Do not mess with it. That's all I ever ask. Don't mess with our stuff.
Well, yeah, don't say something was there that was never there. It's like, in Picard, where Geordi's daughter actually says that he never had any friends. Okay, then who are the crew members of the Enterprise, huh?
Yeah.
Weren't they his friends? Weren't they his colleagues?
Yeah, I was like, that one in Picard, I was like, wait, Geordi actually said that? Like, what? Like, because he didn't say Data. He didn't even say Data, at least. He could have at least said, I had a friend, but he died saving us all aboard the Scimitar 30 years ago. He didn't say anything.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
what one of Geordi's daughters said, and it was like, what? I have trouble making friends, and I'm like, I have trouble making friends. It was just like, okay, I don't know. I don't remember Geordi having trouble in TNG making friends, but sure. It's just
girlfriends.
Right. Yes. Yeah. He went a little crazy with some of the relationships, and she's like, nope. And then the other ones, nope. But but that also makes his character more interesting. But I don't understand where they're going with this. As I said, there needs to be either writers or some other people to come out there and say, look, we need happier movies again. That would not be bad, especially after the so-called coof and whatever. It would just, there's a lot of things that they need to do. There will be interesting things. Oppenheimer's coming out, but Christopher Nolan's doing it, just like Jonathan Nolan, and you may not like everything he does or whatever, but they're going to try new things, and they do their research. And I don't know. I would like to see more movies, especially if you're going to go in the theater, see it for $8 on Tuesdays at AMC. Phil's such a nerd. It's
I'm ignoring
you. He's just I don't know. It's just really weird. There just needs to be a better direction again. And there needs to be some writers and people of Hollywood. Even if you heard Dreyfuss come out recently, he says, this stuff is stupid, man. And it doesn't help anything. And it's just an agenda. And I think more people need to come out and say that, and say, we could be doing better. And we have billions of dollars. But they can't admit that they've made mistakes now. That's a problem for them. It's really
Let me ask you guys this, and this is a broad question. With the writer strike going on, do you think more people are going to be willing to step out who aren't afraid to step out anymore?
Yeah. I mean, if things are coming up to it's building up. I mean, it's building up, and eventually it's going to happen. So these people, no, I'm sound like Cash. These people have been
People.
repressed. They've been called all these names, and now with with the studios hurting as bad as they are, now you got this strike that's not going to help matters much. I think it's going to. I think this is one of the keys of opening up the country. Enough of this crap inside the industry. Let's start making it.
Hold on, Baron. You're muffled.
That's
I
what
am.
I always said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be muffled. How am I now?
You're clear.
I'm a clear. Okay. So, I mean, I think this. I think the strike is going to be going to help us. I think it will.
Anyone else want to chime in on that?
Yeah, right now, a lot of what needs to happen is a lot of independent writers that aren't part of the stupid guild need to step up. And if you're, the talented ones, and start writing scripts that's going to make some excellent movies. And that way you can contrast those retards out there on strike versus people who haven't been hired that much to make good content. And you can show off your talents now. Now's the time. Get your foot in the door. And
I mean,
we can have something better.
I mean,
I always want to be a writer, but I don't have the talent. Let's just say.
Yeah. I mean, let's also not forget at the same time they could clean house of all the bad writers, but at the end of the day, the studio is the one who has ultimate control. So, so like you could get rid of all the terrible writers and whatnot, but unless the studio changes its mindset and its way of thinking, you could fire all your writers and hire new ones. It ain't gonna matter because at the end of the day, the writers do what the studio tells them to do. They write in the direction the studio tells them to. So it doesn't really matter unless you get a change of direction, change of leadership that actually matters.
I think one of the big things also. Oh, sorry. I think one of the big things is though is you do have these people at the head, but there are so many tentacles off of these monsters that's been created that they can't keep control. I mean, look at what Disney all owns, and underneath that you have your subheads. You have Marvel, Lucas, Pixar, all that, and it's hard for the ones that are on the very top to really have the full. They're so out of touch. They're so out of touch with their own properties.
Yeah,
and that's kind of the thing. I mean, they don't know.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is that what my hope is that, and you know what, this could be misplaced hope at the end of the day, is that when we got with Star Trek Picard season 3, the amount of goodwill that you did with the fans and what you did right. We all can admit Star Wars and Star Trek are both dead franchises. The one thing that put Star Trek over Star Wars for me, and I love them both, but I always leaned a little bit more towards Star Wars because, lightsabers, let's just be real, is that they brought the actual cast of TNG together for one last ride into the sunset. They did not do that in Star Wars. They had the chance. They had the opportunity, but we never saw Han, Luke, and Leia in the same shot. We saw Han, we saw Leia, but we never got the trio together in the same shot. Even if it was only for 5 seconds, we never got it. And Star Trek Picard Season 3, the amount of good stuff that was said about it, I'm hoping that might waken them up and say, this is a path we need to go down. We need to follow whatever we did for this. Do it, because you had the writers, the directors, the props department, everything. They took what they had to from the previous 2 seasons. Okay, they took just enough to keep it in continuity, and then they essentially made a whole new, essentially, Star Trek universe. From ship design to everything, it did not feel like the previous 2 seasons of Picard. So
those felt like another alternate universe.
It really did, and that's the thing. The writers, the directors, the prop people, everybody who worked on Star Trek Picard season 3, keep them, take them, and use them to create more Star Trek. You create more Star Trek like Picard season 3. Oh my gosh, Star Trek is back, baby. It is back. It is back and roaring.
I wish I could agree with you on that, man.
Okay,
it was a step in the right direction.
There's some good conversations, but there was Finnick, there was Jack, there was different stuff that just was, I don't know. He's supposed to be the chosen one, and then the whole thing with the Borg. I don't know. The last episode where it felt like there was kind of a Star Wars thing with Return of the Jedi was annoying.
Are you kidding? There was a Star Wars thing when you see the Enterprise going to the Borg cube, like it's the Millennium Falcon going into the second Death Star and Return of the Jedi.
You know what? I'm willing to dismiss that. Okay.
They call it an Easter egg, man.
Yes, yes, it was
Call it a
Return
ripoff.
of the Jedi, but it was incredible seeing the. Here's the thing: we never got to actually see the D in a beautiful form. We never actually got to. We always saw the D slowly just sitting there, whatnot. We're in combat. We don't move our rears at all. Yes, was it more like Millennium Falcon, Star Wars? Yes, I agree. But it was nice to see the D in an actual true combat role where it shined for once.
Yeah, but we never saw the Galaxy class in that type of role in DS9 during the Dominion War.
Well, let's just be real. It was all about the Defiant when it came to the Dominion War, okay? The D was a long afterthought.
Well, the Defiant was specifically built as a warship.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but I'm saying we always saw the D as kind of the punching bag. It was nice to see it throwing the punches for a change.
That's because just like Worf, it was the punching bag.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is
what's all this thing about how in one episode he was actually meditating like 5 times or something. I'm like, oh, he's more of a peace person now, and I'm like, didn't he just cut off somebody's head? Some
and then he brings out that Klingon sword that has a phaser attached to it.
Look,
and he slices and dices the Romulans and the Ferengi.
I'm glad you weren't.
And then when Riker, Picard, and Worf are on the Borg cube in the last episode, and Riker says, "You have a phaser, you don't use it," and Worf says, "It's more fun to use the sword."
And then Q needed to come back again. Q, isn't he supposed to be
that
dead
didn't
in
make
season
sense.
2?
Yeah, that didn't make. Yeah, that part I agree didn't make sense. But
that
again,
was a shot at Kurtzman. What he did to Q. Q's.
Yeah.
Terry Metalis. I'm sorry, but Terry Metalis undid most of what Kurtzman did, and that bringing Q back at the end was just a big fu to Kurtzman.
Yeah.
I guess you can look at it.
And let me just say this, okay? What one character from the previous 2 seasons of Picard did we not see? We saw pretty much all of them except the one Spanish guy, but that's because he stayed on Earth. But what one character did we not see? I'll give you a hint. He's Romulan.
Yeah.
We never saw Picard's male Romulan housemaid. We saw his female one, Laris.
Right.
Well, he died.
Okay. We never saw Elnor.
Elrond.
We never saw,
Elrond.
Yeah, Elrond in space. And do you know which ship Elrond was stationed to at the end of season 2 of Picard? Only reason why I know this is because actually I had to look this up.
No, I don't.
He was stationed to the Excelsior.
The Excelsior went boom. Yes.
Yeah. They killed off Elnor without ever saying a word.
But they brought back Shelby, and the way they killed her off, it's like, oh, hey, look, remember this? Oh, she's dead. Remember Ensign Rowe? I'm like, they could have saved her in that episode. Nope, she's dead. I don't know, dude. It's just those things aggravated me, man.
I mean, okay. Do you know what? Okay. It is okay. And this is gonna sound ridiculous, but it's true. Season 3 of Picard was the best Star Trek we have gotten since Enterprise.
Is that saying much though?
Yes.
Hold on.
that.
Before
like
anybody
dinner
responds, I have this to say to you, Patriot.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
You are no longer a Klingon warrior. You are no longer welcome to this council. Because you have an opposing point of view that I do not agree with. All right, no, are you kidding? If I was really like that, he would have been booted during that clip.
Yeah, that's true. And then I would have trolled Mike for the being a dishonorable patak.
And the thing about like Star Wars, man, smoking, I want Star Wars to make me feel more again. That's what I want.
Yes.
If it can make me feel more again, I don't like this whole attitude about it's over, it's done, guys, we're defeated. I just want Star Wars to make me feel more again. Mandalorian season 1 and season 2 made me feel something. Book of Booba Dooba Doo did not really. And
Book of Yabba Dabba Doo.
Yeah, Yabba Dabba Doo. And Kenobi didn't make me feel much either. There were some nice conversations with Leia and Kenobi and stuff, but that I found, but it didn't make me feel much. And Andor actually made me feel something, and I want to feel more of that serious tone again. Just because I liked Rogue One, and so I like Cassian. I would have liked a bit more action in Andor overall, but they did wait till the end of that season. But I want to see more compelling Star Wars again.
I agree.
That's what I want to see, man.
I agree.
I agree, man. You're not going to get it.
No.
I mean, look at it this way: we got 5 Star Wars films over the span of 5 years. Only one of them is considered to be actually good. That means a 1 out of 5, a 20% success rate, and that was Star Wars Rogue One. Mm-hmm. Which is hotly debated amongst people because people say, well, Kyle Katarn and all. Okay, whatever. Take EU stuff out of it and just take it for the movie that it is. It's not a half bad movie. Is it one of the best? No. Is it one of the worst? No. It's somewhere probably in the middle. Probably. Again, that's up for debate.
Mm-hmm.
But 1 out of 5? Star Wars, 1 out of 5? Are you kidding me? And okay.
That's like going to the plate and only getting a base hit once in your 5 at bats and not being able to bring in a run.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
That's why I keep saying to my brother, I says, you don't seem that interested to finish season 2 of The Bad Batch. And there's some episodes I liked, and he liked recently, but we still have 8 episodes to go. We haven't watched any of season 3 of The Mandalorian. And, once again, it goes back to the whole thing of the sequels. You can like them, clap at them, but do they really mean much to you? And where do they go? It's just, it's just a mess. And so I'm hoping some people, 1 person, 2 people, whatever, can come into Star Wars and say, look, guys, do we want to make more money again? Look at what these fans are doing. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I'm hoping somebody comes in there and says, look, these are supposed to be billion-dollar companies. Let's do actually better, and let's mean it. But I think I'm asking for too much.
They're going to run. This is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
They're going to run this because they're never going to change. They're going to run these franchises into the ground to where they're almost worthless. And then they're going to sit on them for 5-10 years, and then they're going to sell them. They're going to sell them off to somebody else, whoever's goofy enough to buy it, and then they're going to sit on it for a couple more years, and then chances are, then if they were the right person, they'll start making more movies or TV shows, whatever. Both, I don't know about Star Trek, but Star Wars, Marvel, all that stuff. Paramount's probably never going to get rid of Star Trek, but will they wise up? I don't know. They have the better chance to wise up, I think, than Star Wars and Marvel does. but will they? I don't know. But I guarantee they're going to get sold off. Disney's going to sell them off because they're losing money hand over fist, and eventually these IPs are not going to be even good as platforms because they can't get people to watch them anymore. So when you have no eyes on your product, the message is meaningless. So they're going to sell it off to recoup a little bit of their money.
Right, and maybe with this writer strike, and maybe if they lose enough money to the point where they go, you know what, let's take a break from these franchises, some of them, Star Wars, Marvel, and see what we can do in a few years. And I feel DC, Warner Brothers, Discovery, whatever, Discovery owns DC and Warner Brothers for now, and I feel if they take a break, because look, yes, the Flash could be interesting, but why do people want to see the Flash, for example? Probably more for Keaton. Keaton's Batman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they know that.
We've all seen the trailers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Flash, even the Japanese one.
No, I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen the Japanese
one. Oh,
no,
jeez, that's worse.
I saw it.
Gosh.
I saw it when I was with you guys on 540.
Yeah, see that it's so much worse, man. Freaking Flash costume looks retarded. The the whole Barry Allen character just is awful. It's just awful, man. So that movie's gonna flop harder than freaking Ant-Man, I think. And
well, what's disappointing about the costumes for that movie is that you can tell they're CGI.
Yeah,
you look at them, and a lot of the shots, it looks like crappy CGI.
It's all CGI, is it?
Just like Green Lantern. The suits were all on there.
Yep,
that looks better.
I mean, the thing is, you can still do CGI suits, but it comes down to believability, like texturing, all these things. And let's also not forget Flash. Didn't they have to like refilm like half the movie or more than half? Like it is way over budget, I think.
Yeah, they got to make $1 billion just to break even. I think
that's why, unlike Batgirl, they didn't can it because they have too much money invested into that movie where they just can't cut their losses.
Right.
See, I don't think it's they're afraid to cut their losses. I think it comes down to agenda. I think it comes down to an agenda to whatever that agenda is. You can fill in the blank on it. But because here's the thing is you could say, okay, we spent $400 million on Batgirl. And we're still a year out from release, okay? It's gonna cost us another $300 million. If we were to stop right now, we take a $400 million hit rather than we release it. Because remember, then you still got your marketing, all that stuff. So let's say, okay, now you're at $900 million. Would you rather be $900 million in the hole or $400 million? Which number sounds, more digestible to investors?
I'd rather do the 400.
Exactly.
Actually, Batgirl's budget was $90 million.
Right. I was talking about numbers.
So that's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing to cut for their tax. They could write that off their taxes, and that's exactly what they did. They knew it was a turd to begin with, so cutting $90 million out so they could get back on their taxes. That's enough. That's a no-brainer for them. So.
Yeah, and let's just be real: the Flash movie ain't gonna make $1 billion. It ain't. No. I'm guessing maybe worldwide. Maybe 700 million because you're gonna have Michael Keaton, you're gonna have all those people who are in they're probably their 50s, maybe even 60s, people in their 40s, maybe even in their people like me in their 30s who saw the Michael Keaton Batman, who know that Batman. Mm-hmm. They're gonna come for Michael Keaton alone.
Right.
That's it.
Well, that's where you're probably gonna have an impressive first opening because they want to see it, and then it can drop off big time.
Oh yeah, and I also want to see what's his face? He played Zod in Man of Steel. I can't remember the actor's name. I know the face.
Michael Shannon.
Michael Shannon. I'm actually excited to see him back as Zod because I thought he was a great Zod.
As long as he's not spitting and stuff into the mic and stuff. Kyle!
I mean, Supergirl looks so ridiculous. So.
Oh my gosh, she looks
that's another one. That's another turn off.
Flash looks
Yeah,
ridiculous.
she's not even have blonde hair. It's so stupid.
Well, because it's the whole diversity thing. You know, they're changing up stuff like they did with Ariel and Snow White, even. It's all about diversity and stuff. It's like you know, but on the this goes back to the whole Gorlock the Destroyer. Somebody actually asked that on the Whatever podcast. They said, "What do you think about them changing these characters that are timeless classics that are based off of legends and lore from various parts of Europe? What do you think about them swapping them for being Hispanic or now they're black or whatever? Fill in the blank." And they're like, "Oh, it's no big deal." And they're
because that's how they look at it. It's no big deal to them,
right? But Mike, here's where it gets interesting. Then the guy Brian, the host, he said, "Okay, what if they took an African lore, okay, let's say Shaka Zulu, and they casted Ryan Reynolds as Shaka Zulu? How would you feel?" And she said, "Well, that's not right," and everything. He said, "But you're taking stuff like Little Mermaid, which is based off of like Scandinavian lore.
Yes,
all white, and now you're saying she's black."
Yeah, from Hans Christian Andersen's story.
I mean, it's just like people out there.
It doesn't make it right, no matter how you flip it.
No,
right?
It only works one way,
and that's what that's what we all want. I want to see Snow White, I want to see Snow White for how it's supposed to be. I want to see Little Mermaid for how it's supposed to be. I want to see Beauty and the Beast. Fill in the blank. I don't care what Disney princess or character or lore or what is. I want it to feel as original to how for that area of the world that it's supposed to be. If it's Chinese, I want it to feel Chinese.
That's
if it's
right.
African, I want to feel African. If it's European, I want to feel European. I don't care.
I mean, I remember what Fox did to. Go ahead.
Respect the source material and the origins of the story. If it originates in one part of the world, stick to that story, how it was told in that part of the world. Don't switch out the characters.
Yep. I remember when Fox put on Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and they thought it was a good idea to dub everything. It's like, no, it needs to be like the original with subtitles. This is insulting to the people who worked on this. You're making the audience feel dumb, and that's just an example going back quite far, actually, more than 10 years ago. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the funny thing is that so I actually learned this about a year ago. So I don't know if y'all know this or not, but so y'all remember the movie The Last Samurai, right? Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of people, okay, maybe not everybody, but some people loved it here in America. Some thought, oh, you're a white guy amongst the Japanese, blah, 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 whatever. They didn't like it because it had the token white guy, as they would call him. But in Japan, the movie was loved. It's like a beloved movie over there because of how it portrays Japanese culture, Japanese history, how it portrays the samurai in that period of Japanese history. Like, they're like, okay, it's got a white guy on it. Who cares? This represents our culture so well.
Right. Yeah.
But here in America,
they never see Shogun.
Seriously.
But in terms of how they portray the samurai and whatnot, it was like, remember, this is an American movie. This isn't a Japanese movie. This is an American movie. But how they portray the Japanese culture was so respected over there. It was loved.
I watched that movie and everything about it. I mean, I know some about the Japanese culture, especially the samurai, enough to fill a couple thimbles. But everything about that movie just seemed so authentic to me. And it didn't seem out of character or anything. It just, I could be completely wrong, but they would have had, or they could have been so far out of how it actually is, and I would have never known it. And from what I knew about it, they got it right. But if the Japanese love it, then that's all that matters. Is all that freaking matters. They did right by their culture, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, I agree.
Baron? Boo-ba-hoo-la, boo-na-na-hoo-la. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
He went there. He officially went.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and move on to this article here that says, "Hey, poor player." This article was one that Cash presented to me earlier in the week, and I thought, well, why not? It says, unless the players and press begin to hold publishers accountable, unfinished games like Halo Infinite and Redfall will become the norm. This article goes on to say, let's see, the honor-themed looter shooter Redfall stumbled onto store shelves and Game Pass earlier this week. And if you've spent more than 5 minutes on the internet since the game's review embargo lifted on Monday evening, you've probably noticed that the reception hasn't exactly been received with wine and roses. HPPS Sherry Boyle covered the most glaring issues in our in-depth review of the Xbox Series X version of the game, which currently has a score of 62 on Metacritic, brutal rating for a AAA release, and a major black eye for Microsoft, which spent $7.6 billion to acquire Redfall publisher Bethesda parent company ZeniMax in 2021. Well, that's inexcusable in itself when you're going to spend that kind of money and people are already saying this game isn't worth it because the publisher doesn't live up to their expectations. There's a laundry list of complaints that critics have leveled against Redfall. The world is largely bland and empty. The visuals look like a relic from generations past. It's buggier than Starship Troopers. I wonder if it's buggier than Jedi Survivor. You get the idea. Anyway, you cut it. It's a bad look for Microsoft and Bethesda. Goes on to say, so much so that just days after Redfall's May 2nd launch, Xbox boss Phil Spencer has already spoken out about the state of the game, saying, "There's nothing that's more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community," Spencer said. "I've been a part of it a long time, and just to kind of watch the community lose confidence and be disappointed, I'm disappointed. I'm upset with myself." And it goes on to say, however, while Spencer has shown contrition for his role in essentially dumping a $70 alpha build upon gaming masses, and there's another $70 game, and Zelda, when that comes out this week, that's $70. Survivor was $70.
I just don't think Nintendo is going to do that.
No,
They are.
The game won't be broken, but it'll be interesting to see if there's enough content to justify that $70 for a basic. I think if anybody's going to buy it or buy what version they should buy probably the collector's edition, which is very hard to get right now. But on May 10th, there should be more available.
They must fall on their sword. Ha ha ha! Feed them to the Rancor.
And of course, it does say you can play the game on Game Pass, and it says some have come to issue a full-throated defense for the game despite its shortcomings, arguing Redfall isn't a bad game when played with friends. Maybe not, but whether you're playing with friends, whether you're playing solo, it should still be a fun experience no matter what.
Yes,
and I have no friends, so I mean, I'm screwed.
What the hell are you doing here?
Agreed.
I don't know. I'm Gorlock the Destroyer. Ha ha ha!
I thought you were Flash Gordon. Gordon's alive? That's a great
Golden
movie.
Live? Oh, well, who wants to live forever? Dive!
Great movie.
Yeah, wonderful movie.
It says, no, I'm all for having differing opinions and discussing games based on their merits. After all, that's what. Hold on, I'm hearing a lot of static.
Nah, but
I think that's you, man.
I don't think it's me.
was it Gorlock?
It might be.
Might be Mouse Pearl.
No, I muted myself and I still heard it.
Well, I just muted myself.
I think it's Baron.
I think it's Baron.
It's Baron. Screw you, Baron.
Oh, bite me, all of you. Throw Gorlock down the well. Gorlock has
that's right.
feelings.
It's Gorok.
Gorlock. Yeah.
Gorlock only pawn in Game of Life.
All right, Java. Go fix your connection.
The article goes on to say, still, even with that being said, this justification doesn't gel with me at all. It doesn't gel with anybody anymore. Whether the game costs $40, $50, $60, $70, it shouldn't be broken on release day.
No.
It,
Not that broken, geez.
I'm just saying, Cash. Any game that costs any amount of money shouldn't be broken on day one.
Yeah.
No.
So there. Yeah.
I mean, as someone who pays their hard-earned money for a game, you don't want to pay money for this game and then find out that it's unplayable the moment you try to play it because of one bug or another.
I mean, when I'm stealing money to buy these games, I want to know that my well-stolen money is going to go for a good game. But
Well, you better steal money for a new headset there, Gorlock.
Well, I just want to say PACIFIC414 does not condone or encourage anybody stealing anything, whether it's money or anything.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
We don't condone this, but
I know it's a joke, but the powers that be.
Oh yeah, that's what we're saying. We're telling them we're not piling on you. Not yet.
We're not stealing stuff. When I'm downloading the game and I take that much time on my bandwidth to download this from the pirate site, so I expect it to work. It's not fair. I'm using my bandwidth.
This is called satire, YouTube. This is satire.
YouTube.
What's this satire you keep talking about?
This game article goes on to say, things can be silly, things can be fun in games, but their main point in this article is that games shouldn't be broken. And no, they shouldn't. Gotham Knights shouldn't have been a broken game. Where
Gotham Knights should have been a much better game with,
It should only be broken if I break it.
It was like a $30 to $20 game. I just it's gonna be acceptable.
It was definitely worth getting it on sale on Steam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'll say that.
With it. I guess I need to finish it since you did.
Yes.
Well, what is this? What is this competition now? Oh, wait a minute. Mike finished this game, so now I've got to finish this game.
Well, no, it's just you said the ending was actually good, so it kind of
it was. I'm not gonna lie. But for me, and I think I can speak for some people out there, when you pay money for anything, doesn't matter if it's a game or if you're buying a new piece of furniture or new clothes, new shoes. You want to get your money's worth. You want to make sure that investment that you spent on whatever item that you purchase is a good investment from moment one.
And to be honest, it's getting harder and harder now.
Yeah.
More and more stuff is just being gin-milled out for high prices
Yes.
and no care. I mean, there's no care and love to what they're making.
There,
So
there
you
is.
think do you think they're hiring hack coders like
No, they're
Hollywood hires
just.
hack writers?
What I think is happening is the publishers are pushing it out and they're not doing enough testing, and then they don't care because they're like, oh, well, if people are excited about this game, they'll buy it anyways. And then the consumers become the beta testers, which is ridiculous. The games have always had bugs in them, but there's also games that were completed enough. They're like, oh crap, we messed up. We'll fix this. But it's bring the game out and then fix it later. Like that's just a horrible.
Why?
saying.
But why? How long? Like how? What's the time limit they have to work on these things? Is it a
I don't
year?
know.
6 months? Is it like
Yeah.
5 years? What?
I'm not sure.
You know,
It depends. Yeah, it
from
depends
start
on
to
the
finish.
Well, some
they-
games
they
are
should
5
have-
years and they come out broken.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what's the deal? What's
Duke
there's
Nukem
an
Forever.
underlying issue somewhere in here.
Duke
Yes.
Nukem Forever. I know that's an old game by now, but that game went through development hell, and by the time it was released, it was unplayable.
Yeah, I mean, I bought it for $4 at a used game store, and I returned it because it was so
Well,
bad.
then,
I figured
then there's
$4
stuff
is pretty
like
much.
Alien Colonial Marines, and now it's a much better game. But when it first came out and you paid $60 for it, it didn't feel enough like an Alien game. Yeah, you hit a key, and then the alien in the multiplayer jumps on a wall or something. It seems stupid, but it just they could have done better with that. And of course, Randy Pitchford was attacked, and then Randy Pitchford's wife came out and said, "Leave Randy Pitchford alone" on Twitter. I still can't stop laughing about that. But it's just like what is it? Borderlands 3. Like a lot of the fans, and I've played the gameplay is still there, but should the game be considered $60 when the story isn't nearly as good as 2? I don't think so.
Probably
but,
not.
It's a mess, and so I just feel like if you're gonna buy this, even Jedi Survivor, and if you paid $70 for it, that's fine. They're gonna fix it. They have to. They're gonna fix it some point, but it's the same thing with the Diablo 4. You play the beta, which I did, and it just feels like copy and paste of 3 to me, and it doesn't feel like really much anything new. And then the character creation, since it's there, should be better, especially since this isn't always online. And then whenever other players get on, it's going to make your game stutter. Now they're working on that, but they had a better option before. And so I think it's also, you've got the broken games, and then you've got the developers, they want to control things. Like I don't think Overwatch 2 is nearly as good as Overwatch. And then they added Flower Man or whatever, some character, and people can feel however they want about that character.
Sounds like a Mega Man villain. One of the robot masters.
Yeah, so I don't. A lot of these decisions, but broken games is definitely not something that should ever be accepted on PC, on console. Even when Assassin's Creed came out, the third game, it had problems. Even on console, it was stuttering. They fixed it, but it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And just some games will be fine, but people should actually worry about Starfield coming out, and that could be a really good space sim where you have a lot of options, but it could also be a mess. So it sucks. Yep.
And before I cut my point, I just have to show that we're all inclusive. So I just wanted to make sure that dogs were included in that. But this is completely Microsoft's way of releasing shit. Honestly, let's release Windows, and it's going to be so buggy we have to have a patch right away or 3.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, I know. I remember back when I can't remember if I said this on air or not. I know I said it to Mike. But when Apple was releasing one of their OS 10s, I can't remember which one it was, but they were running into problems, so they said, no, we're going to hold this back 3 months. We're just because we want to get this all taken care of. Of course, they were attacked and lambasted, but it's like, gee, I'd rather have something that Apple just did there. Of course, this was the day with Steve Jobs. I'd rather have them sit back and say, "You're gonna have to wait a little bit because this is not done yet. There's problems. We just need a little bit more time to get this released." Then they have Bill Gates going, "Yeah, put it out there. Put it out there. Who cares how many? But I don't care if it causes computers to blow up. Let's get it out there." And it's the same thing with these games. It's the same thing. I'd rather have a game
Windows
delayed
Millennium.
for a while.
Mike, I'm gonna head out.
All right, Patriot.
Yeah.
Well,
if you got them.
Anything you'd like to promote, brother?
Subscribe to my YouTube channel, Smoke the Patriot. Also, my Rumble channel, Break Silence. I intended to, while I was over house sitting, make a video for that channel. However, allergies got the best of me, so I was kind of living in a state of misery. So I didn't get the chance to make the video. So this week, expect a video on my Rumble channel, Break Silence. On that channel, I talk more about culture and everything, and some pop stuff, but it's going to be more from the cultural aspect of stuff that's happening in pop culture, not so much pop culture with a little culture mixed in. So that's where you're going to get all the stuff that I cannot speak about on YouTube, because I'd probably be kicked off of YouTube in a heartbeat. So go check out my Rumble channel. Once I get up to 25 followers, I will be able to live stream. So the sooner y'all like me over there, the sooner I can start live streaming, because I shine in live streaming. That's like my bread and butter. That's where I shine the best in live streaming. Videos, I suck at. I'm just going to be upfront. I suck at video side. It's the live streams I do good at. So, but yeah, check me out on those.
And
yeah, Mike subbed already. So, if y'all don't, you all are a bunch of pataks. You are dishonorable dogs. I have no
well,
place
you
for
better
in
not
the
be a
empire.
patak and go sub to me, buddy.
What? So you live in Missouri? Missouri? Well, that's a couple states south of me. I've driven through there a few times.
Yes, I live in a state of misery. Yes, yes. And unfortunately, company lives right next door, so it's always a fun experience.
Well, yeah, misery loves company. Yeah.
Oh no, I hate no. I hate company. But it lives next door. So what are you gonna do? So, anyways,
Well, Patriot, thank you for coming back on, brother. I'm grateful that you accepted the invite to come back, and we've already talked what we're gonna do, and you know that you're always welcome to come back on the Pop Talk anytime, because I like having you here.
Well, even after a whole weekend of you cheesing with those cats.
It wasn't a week; it was 3 days. Let's get our numbers right here.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a weekend. Maybe I forgot to say the end, but okay.
There you go.
Weekend cheesing with the cats, yeah.
Yep. And Mike, I love hanging out with you, brother, on these streams. We always have good, fun times. I'm always honored that you keep an open invitation for me. I never take it for granted. When somebody invites me. So thank you, Mike, for inviting me. Baron, have a good day, brother. Cash,
you too.
You have fun, my brother. And
You too,
Anonymous, you stay. You got the American flag in your symbol, so I'm assuming you stay patriotic. I'm just gonna say that. So,
I will do my best.
All right, peace out, y'all.
Later, brother.
Get in my belly. Get in my
And real quick before we talk about Karl Urban, I did say during Pop Talk on Wednesday and last Sunday that there's a free Cub game on at this moment. I am currently watching it at this moment. The Cubs.
Oh my gosh.
You guys should never be shocked.
You
guys should never be shocked. But they're currently in the bottom of the ninth at Wrigley Field in Chicago between the Marlins and the Cubs. The Cubs just scored a run. They are trailing by a score of 2-1 with one out in the ninth. They have Cody Bellinger at third. The tying run is Cody Bellinger. So I will give you guys an update. If you hear me shout out loud, you'll know something good has happened. If you hear me say damn, you know something bad has happened.
Oh, great.
There's a base hit to right field, and the Cubs have just tied up the game.
There we go. There we go, folks.
Eric Hosmer comes up with an RBI base hit, and we are tied here in the bottom of the ninth.
You hear that, Phil?
How's those A's doing? Oh, no.
By the way, Cash, thank you for Bellinger. Thank you.
Well, these players can go where they want. People have to understand that it's a
Yeah,
business.
the Dodgers released him and the Cubs signed him. So thank you.
The Dodgers beat the Padres 2-1 yesterday. I want to kind of stick it to Tatis because he's back now. And Padre fans are very excited. I'm like, you guys understand how much of a headache he's been for you, but let's welcome him back, sure. Because
there's Padre fans.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Wait. There really are.
Yeah, there are.
I didn't know the Padres were still around.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're around.
They're still competitive. They've got Snell. They've got different players. Yeah, haters on that team now. What is his second year? Something like that. Yeah. Do you, Anonymous? No, you don't. You don't watch baseball.
But anyways, I'll keep you guys updated on what happens in that game after we read this article. But I'm sorry, I got excited because Cubs
it's your
just tied
team,
it.
man. It's your team.
He is not sorry, folks. Trust me.
Baseball will always be some part of this channel. Just know that. But we have this.
Pop culture.
Aaron, I'm really tempted to play. I'm really tempted. Anyways, we got this article from Cosmic Book News, and it says Mortal Kombat 2, Karl Urban in talks for Johnny Cage. It says get ready to fight as the sequel to the hit 2021 movie. I want to make sure I preference that because there was a 1995 movie. Is starting to get whipped into shape. This was posted Thursday, and it is by Matt McGloin.
Matt McGroin.
McGloin.
Oh, okay.
McGroin, is that in relation to McCracken?
That could be Phil's alternative name.
Ooh.
It says it's claimed that Karl Urban is in talks to play Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat 2 movie in development, which is a sequel to the 2021 movie. And this is rumor, so take it as you will. Recent details include that Johnny Cage will be a part of Mortal Kombat 2 with details surrounding like the character will be leading the forces against Shao Kahn. It says character reveals offer Baraka will also be in the movie, and that Baraka initially starts off butting heads with Johnny Cage, but comes to respect Cage as a fighter. Goes on to say it said Baraka joins the side of Johnny Cage after being impressed with Cage's fighting skills. Regarding Karl Urban, two separate sources offer the actor, who is known for playing Butcher in Prime Video's The Boys, is in talks for Mortal Kombat 2, according to Giant Freaking Robot. So you know this rumor's a joke.
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
Karl Urban is in final talks for a role, meaning, folks, believe it when it is actually officially announced. For now, don't believe it at all.
Well, there's something wrong when they say, Karl Urban was known for his role in The Boys, and they did not mention Judge Dredd. Or Dredd.
That's true. And I'll be honest, I liked his Judge Dredd better than Stallone's.
I am the law. That's my Sylvester.
What was that show on Fox he was on about the cops in the future? That wasn't a bad show. I think it only went on one season, but
it was only one season.
I don't know.
Now you put me on the spot. Now I can't
right? Wasn't it something human?
Almost human.
Almost human. That's it.
Oh, Almost Human. Okay,
it was a good show.
Urban was in that one.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
It wasn't bad. It was. I watched the entire thing and I was like, well, it didn't get picked up crap.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, guys, I'm not going to read any more of this because
No.
when your source is giant freaking robot.
No.
Nope.
It's like, thank you for saving us from reading the rest of the article.
Is that a offshoot of Bad Robot?
I'm sure there's an incestuous relationship
Who
there.
knows? Who knows? Maybe it's distant cousins.
Maybe.
Kissing.
JJ Georgia's got a little bit to maybe have a little bit to play in that. I don't know.
Yep.
Ding 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 ding.
How does Gorlock feel about it, though? That's what
Voodoo. Giant freaking robot voodoo.
You heard her here first, boys and girls.
Get in my belly.
You know, I used to have a Fat Bastard clip, but I
Mhm.
got rid of it.
You should never get rid of fat bastards. Oh, fat bastards. Yeah.
So, gentlemen, what is it that you would like to promote?
Well, actually, I got a quick little story here I want to share with you guys. I got it on my phone, so I can't share it on the screen, but it'll be very quick here. This is a legitimate story, by the way. This is not bullshit. It's from the Arkansas Game and Fish. Bridget Watkins, 43, of Summit, Arkansas, who allegedly took fawns into her home and raised the deer with the intentions of training them to attack hunters, was taken into custody Friday. At the time of the arrest, Watkins was in possession of several grams of meth, 4 deer, and many stolen broken electronics. Attention was drawn to Watkins when she began giving meth to the young deer, and they were caught rummaging through people's garbages and back porches. A homeowner followed one of the deer back to Watkins' residence in an attempt to recover his property. He found himself face to face with Watkins wearing only a duct tape bikini, disassembling his clock radio. Charges pending further investigation.
Crack's a heck of a drug.
Yeah.
See, and why isn't PETA upset about that?
Drugs are bad, okay?
You're
Don't do
feeding
drugs, kids.
You're feeding drugs to these animals. Where's PETA on this? Where are they, Baron?
Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere.
Because she's training them to attack hunters. And I'm just trying to imagine seeing Bambi all messed up. Like, teeth are missing, maybe some antlers are missing, a prong. And
Bambi, the crack user.
Yeah.
Bambi's eyes twitching.
No teeth. All the teeth gone. Got meth mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried about my mother, but where's my crack? I can't find it.
You're
McCracken? My mother to a hunter for crack.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh God. That got dark.
I let her down to the valley and paid the hunter to.
Oh boy.
Here
Ladies
you go,
and gentlemen,
Mr.
anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
See how happy those puppets are? So happy when they hear.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Brick killed a guy. Yeah.
With a trident.
With a trident. I'm meaning to tell you, Brick, you might want to lay low for a while.
Yeah, maybe best. Oh, jeez.
That's great.
So, gentlemen, do you have anything you would like to promote?
Sub to my channel. Come on, what's wrong with you? I've
watched it. That's what's wrong.
Oh yeah, well,
you pull your watch
before you watch. If you sub before you watch a video, then that's all good. See, you're not going to unsub. You're not going to go through the motions of hitting the unsub. You just, you're gonna sub and you're gonna watch a video and hit a like, and then we're all gonna be it's all going to be good. So, and
It's
if you don't
pretty
like the rest of it,
entertaining,
then you just
especially his
go your own
Hogwarts
way.
stream. So go sub. Yeah.
Yeah, I just did Hogwarts yesterday,
Nice.
and I publicized it a while ago. So I started to do that. You do a stream, you unlist it, and then you wait about 24 hours or less. So once the chat can get in the stream, that means it's done processing. Then you actually get hours. So anybody watches after that you get hours towards your monetization. Anything before that, you don't.
You don't. You should always unlist your stream for 24
I,
hours.
I've
Oh, you
had
don't.
I've had a mixed bag with it. Sometimes
Okay.
I do get the hours, sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. I've tested this out. If your live stream is live, or if it's listed after it's over, within probably a 12 to 18 hour time period, while it's processing, anybody who watches it, you can still watch it, but it's not done processing. So anybody who watches it in that time period and you don't see the chat in there, that means you're not getting any hours. And so if you unlist it for that time and you go back and check, if you see the chat, then put it out publicly, and then all those hours will go towards your.
So either way is fine. It'll just, I see the people who watch it right afterwards, then it's not done processing, then more people
Right.
come back later. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, anybody in that time period, you're not getting those hours.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
People trying to get monetized, they care. Oh yeah. Anyway, follow me on Twitter. What have you? Yeah, that kind of thing. I do stuff. So that's all I got.
Nice. And Cash Money.
All right. So yesterday was about a 4-hour stream of Agents of Mayhem, and I had some fun with that. That's actually a pretty fun game. And then if Mike's still up for it, and maybe Crit will join as well, we're gonna play some more Broforce, and we're gonna take on Satan's last form, and we're gonna destroy him, hopefully. But if you're still up for it in a few hours, Mike, we'll start.
I'm still up for it. That's why there's no stream after this one.
Alrighty. And then that'll be fun, and then also you can follow me on Twitter at cashmoney0071, and I post on there and post when I'm going to go live. And yeah, I'm just still working on being more consistent, but right now I've been enjoying doing gaming streams. I don't know, I want to have as much fun as I did on Twitch, and I think I'm starting to have that. It just depends if people come by, and like I said before, Anonymous, watch him play Hogwarts. He's always looking for those lesbians, so he'll find them. He'll find them. Big deal. It's a big deal.
Hogwarts is a big place.
Yes,
So
it is.
they're out there.
And he's not hating on those lesbians, but he wants to find them. He wants to have good conversations with those lesbians. So.
That's right.
So I thought he was looking for those. I thought he was looking for those ladies that had the pull toy.
He's definitely not looking for Gorlock the Destroyer. You don't.
I thought yesterday.
Gorlock needs love too.
The toughest troll there was. I fought her yesterday. It was brutal.
But I am going to be finishing Agents of Mayhem hopefully next week. There's a lot to that game. I'm definitely going to start Final Fantasy 12 finally next week. But right now, Mike and I, and if Crit wants to join, and maybe Brandon, the anime guy, and maybe somebody else is a substitute for him or whatever, we're going to beat that Satan, right, Mike? Satan's going down.
I'm determined to defeat the game.
Right. Yep.
We got that far last Saturday, and then I was running out of steam.
Yep. So yeah, Broforce Part 2, and in the coming weeks, there's going to be some changes to some thumbnails, putting some more graphics on them, and so on. And yeah, so it'll be fun.
Yeah, be professional.
Yes.
I don't know if Phil was in this game.
All right, and Baron Orman tag.
How about
Gonna
one more
have
time?
sending bounty hunters out for smugglers. That's what I'll be doing this next week. And Pop Talk Wednesday. Must destroy there. And let's see. Of course, Pop Talk next week from now, Sunday. So Wednesday, Sunday, you got me here. And then today at 5 o'clock, so a little bit over an hour from now at 24/7 Fusion Media, you'll catch me. Of course, the man himself, 24/7 Fusion Media, Vigilante Williamson, and New Bomb Turk for the Primetime Kings of live stream. And as I get more settled in here, I'll begin doing more stuff, but still trying to settle in. Gorlock needs help.
Very nice, very nice. And as far as PACIFIC414 is concerned, I will not be playing on easy mode when I resume Jedi Survivor on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern on the channel. I will be playing on normal difficulty, and I will see how much more I can unlock in the game as far as the mysteries on the current planet I am on. And then, of course, Wednesday will be PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. I don't have anything planned for Thursday, Friday, or Saturday at the moment. But if that changes, I will definitely let everybody know on social media. And then, of course, next Sunday will be PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, the Sunday edition. Now, for anybody who might be asking, when is the next open panel going to be? When are the next two open panels going to be for the month of May? I have decided that those two open panels will be near the end of the month. The first will be on Sunday, the 21st, and then the second will be on Wednesday, the 24th. I decided against doing one on Memorial Day weekend because it's Memorial Day weekend, and a lot of people might be going out for the holiday weekend.
Or grilling, or going to the
It should be reverence on that one too, because we're remembering those who have served and passed. So
that's another one of my reasonings for not wanting to do the open panel that weekend, is to pay respect to those who paid the ultimate sacrifice fighting for our country. So that was my reasoning. Whether anyone agrees with it or not, it's on you. It's on you.
Perfectly
100% here. Yeah, I'll let you pass this time.
But I just try to have fun here on the channel, and Pop Talk definitely. We get wild, we get crazy, we have a lot of fun. But you know what? Life's short. We could either laugh or we could be miserable and have a puss on our face the rest of our lives, and let everything and anything bother us. No, I'd rather laugh. I'd rather have fun. That's why Pop Talk is the way it is, and not going to change it.
Gorlock's having fun. Ho 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 ho.
And to give you guys one quick update on what's happening in the game, it's in the extra innings. Of course, that means the stupid ass extra innings rule is in effect.
Yes.
And thanks to that rule, the Marlins scored the go-ahead run in the top of the 10th, but the Cubs are coming up in the bottom of the 10th. And let's see, we got Magical coming up, Miguel Maya and Nico Horner coming up. And I'm looking for the Cubs to rally in the bottom of the 10th and win the ball game. We shall see.
He's about as excited as a two-peckered belly goat. Can you say that on the air?
Of course you can, Baron.
I love that line from Major League. Can you say that on the air?
Speaking of Major League, if that ever becomes one of the movies available on YouTube to watch for free, I haven't done a watch party in a while. Maybe we should watch that.
I thought it was.
I don't know. I'll check, brother. I'll check after the stream.
I'll just yeah.
But I do want to thank everybody who was here. I want to, of course, thank my guest, Anonymous, and the Smoking Patriot for being here. Baron and Cash, thank you for being here as always. I know we were giving you a lot of shit earlier, Cash, but you know what? It's just what we do because when I'm not here, you guys give me shit.
We do it to Baron too. It's all good.
Yeah, we give we give each other shit. So
yes, we do.
We just like to have fun.
You should hear us when we're not on the air.
True. Although we can't even release any of that because YouTube will go. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you guys are gone. Pacific, you're gone. They'd be doing this to me if they heard any of that off the stream stuff. How raunchy we can get. This is what they would be doing to me, folks.
You're gone!
And it looks like Major League is available with membership. And I have membership, so I got membership.
Really?
Let me take a look here. Oh no, you have to have membership with AMC Plus and Paramount Plus. Okay. Ours buy it, so unfortunately, I am so sorry.
We can find ways around it.
I'll tell you guys. I'll tell you guys off stream.
Well, I got Paramount Plus. No, I don't. Wait a moment. I don't have Paramount Plus. I was thinking Peacock. Never mind. Warlock, sorry.
We've definitely got to deal with Adam's wiener dogs and stuff, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was out.
Cash, what you do in your spare time is your business, dude.
We'll trade Major League for one of his wiener dogs. So I don't think that'll happen.
Wiener dogs. Yeah, wiener dogs.
But no, all jokes aside, we can find ways to watch Major League. People also have it on Blu-ray and stuff or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a problem.
Yeah.
I just bought it.
I have a copy of it.
I don't.
All right.
What's wrong with you, Baron?
I don't know.
Baron, I'm going to take you out of the game. You're done.
Okay.
You're done. You're giving up too many runs.
I'm sorry. Gorlock, sorry. Gorlock eat opposing team.
Good. Please eat opposing team. They're called the Marlins. They're fish. Please eat them.
Oh,
fish are tasty.
Fish. It makes me bloat even more.
Oh, okay, fine.
Fish got like
what kind of help are you? What kind of help are you?
Gorlock eat children.
Yeah, you got that right. No child left behind, and that's what you want to hear around Gorlock.
Hansel and Gretel has. What is it? The story of Hansel and Gretel has nothing on Gorlock.
But as far as the longest closing on YouTube, the longest outro on YouTube, well, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to thank Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000 for being here. I also want to thank Low Specs Linux Laptop for being here. DJ Ronnie G, thank you for being here. And Anonymous. Anonymous. And of course, Kitty Bear was here as well.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. I like his mugshot picture.
We also had Gap After Dark.
Of course.
I tell you, this Kitty Bear does look like a mugshot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he looks like he just got arrested for crack house.
Maybe he was the method here.
Maybe he was in cahoots.
Mm.
And I want to thank the Padawannabe for being here. And it was great to see Magitech Mags. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
And of course,
all the rest of the Looky Loos, Magitech's special.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to thank the Nerdporial Life Form.
Yeah.
Of course.
We also had Tim's talk. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, Jacob Ironside, he was here as well. Thank you, Jacob. And then, of course, we had the Troll of Trolls, the Troll of YouTube, who will be having a live stream this Wednesday at 8 p.m. And I've already told him I will be there after Pop Talk.
Yep.
But he will be talking to Coach and Nick. And for anybody who's here, please subscribe to Phil's channel. I'm going to go ahead and put it into the chat. Oh, there we go.
Never subscribe to that man's channel. Never.
Oh, okay. All right.
You will. Gorlock says you will, and you'll like it.
That's your choice. That's your choice.
Yeah, you can be a loser if you want. You can't be like the cool kids like us.
Oh, yeah.
Look at us cool kids.
Wait, I'm cool? I've never been cool.
Well, you belong to Phil McCracken's page. You're cool, man.
Well, then I know it's bogus. Never going to do it down.
But I also want to thank Maul Walker for being here. Thank you, Maul. And I also want to thank Superfan Adam Shawhan for being here as well.
And his
I just want to double check and make sure that I didn't miss anybody. And of course, his crew, his Winter Dog Collection crew. So thank you all very much.
3 hours later.
Quiet, smartass. And ladies and gentlemen, I do want to give you an update on the game real quick. Heck, we might as well end it this way. Cubs have runners at the corner with only one out. They trail the Marlins by a score of 3-2. You have Nico Horner up at the plate. He's facing a wall ball and 1 strike count on him. The Cubs have the tying man at third. Winning run at first, and Nico just fouled that one off. So now the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Nico Horner. And the Cubs are trying to go for the sweep of the Florida Marlins in this game here at Wrigley Field. Although I'm not at Wrigley Field, they are. So we will see what happens here on this next pitch. You have Dansby Swanson on deck. And the pitch from Dylan Floro is coming up on this 1-2 count to Nico Horner. And the pitch, that's up. It's high. That's ball 2 on Nico Horner with a 2-ball, 2-strike counts. Cubs again are trying to sweep the Florida Marlins and even up the season series at 3 wins apiece as the Marlins swept the Cubs last weekend down in Miami. And there's a base hit up the middle, and that ties up the game.
Woo! Woo!
So now with Mervis scoring from third, the Cubs have runners at first and second with only 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th. And we shall see what the Cubs are able to do with Dansby Swanson coming up to the plate.
Gorlock's excited. So moist over this.
You see why I don't have you on for the box score?
You should.
No, yeah. So we've got Dansby Swanson up at the plate, and the first pitch to Swanson is up and in, and it's called for strike 1. It's a little bit of a high strike there, but hey.
Yeah, the umpires and some of their strike zones. Ugh.
And the next pitch to Swanson is fouled off. So the count is now 1 ball. Actually, no balls, 2 strikes.
No balls.
Hey. I can't take this group anywhere.
No, not at all. Garlock has balls.
I believe
great,
you.
Karl. That's great.
I believe you.
So Dansby Swanson is facing an 0-2 count, and the Cubs have the winning run at second. That's all they need. So let's see if Swanson can get a hit here on this pitch. That pitch is low. That pitch is hit to the shortstop. He's only got one play, and that's over to second. So there are now 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th. Cubs have runners at the corners. All they need is a base hit to win this ball game.
Mike's getting excited, folks. This is a good sign.
So now it's up to Ian Happ to drive in the winning run. He doesn't need to hit it hard. He doesn't need to hit it far. He just needs to hit it through for a hit.
Yeah, do it.
Let's see what Ian Happ can do. He is 1 for 4 in this afternoon's ball game with a single and a run scored. So now you have Amaya over at third. He is the potential winning run. The first pitch to Happ is down low for ball 1. Happ has signed an extension with the Cubs prior to this month starting. So he will be with the Chicago Cubs for the next 3 seasons, which is a good thing. And now he could be the hero of today's game if he gets a hold of one here and gets it through, as that next pitch is up and in for ball 2.
Time to prove his worth.
And Dansby Swanson was able to move to second on that pitch. So now, with 2 outs in the inning, Happ facing a 2-0 count with runners at third and second. And that pitch is in and almost hits Ian Happ on the knee.
Ow!
That came within inches of hitting Ian Happ on his knee, on his right knee to be precise. So now Ian Happ is looking to get a hit here on a 3-0 count. The next pitch to Ian Happ, he takes it for a strike. So now the count on Ian Happ is 3 balls, 1 strike. I'm only laughing because I don't trust the 3 that are with me right now.
You got 3 balls.
So the next pitch to Happ, he fouls it off.
Oh.
The extra testicle.
So now Ian Happ has to get a hit here. He has a full count. Depending on where the pitch is thrown, he can either take it or he can go for a swing. With a guy like Ian Happ, anything close to the strike zone, I would have him swinging here. He makes pretty good, solid contact, especially the last few seasons. He's really stepped up his game. So this next pitch to Happ, here we go. The pitch. That's popped up, and Happ slams his bat on the ground, and we are going into the top of the 11th. But the Cubs were able to tie up this ball game. So looked at my Twitter to find out what eventually happened in the game as far as whether the Cubs won or lost. But again, thank you everybody for tuning in, listening, watching, lurking during this edition of Pop Talk, which actually also became an impromptu edition of the box score. Well, I shouldn't say impromptu, since I gave fair warning that this probably would happen.
And remember, this call was brought to you by 1-800-555-NOOB. Remember, please do not let your friends play on easy mode. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Cash. Well, yeah, you could watch Cubs baseball. It's better than watching A's baseball right now. Yes, I made a dig at the A's at Phil's expense. I know. I'm a bad person. I'm gonna go sit in the corner now.
No, you're not.
Horrible.
But really, this broadcast has been brought to you by 1-800-555-NOOB. That's 1-800-555-NOOB. If you or someone you know decides to play a game on easy mode because they say it advances the game's story, please call this number today and get them the help that they need to play on a higher difficulty level. Trust me, you'll be doing them a favor. Not only am I the founder and CEO of 1-800-555-NOOB, I'm also a client. At one point, during my first playthrough of Jedi Fallen Order, on the final boss, I switched it to easy mode after dying over and over and over again. And I regretted it ever since. So
respect is lost.
So back in December, I went back and I played Jedi Fallen Order, and I beat the game on normal difficulty.
Respect.
You can find you can find that stream on PACIFIC414 and so much more. In case you don't believe me,
Gorlock eats new players. Anyone who plays on easy mode, Gorlock devour. Ho ho ho.
You have retained your honor.
yes, I had to. I was ashamed. I knew I couldn't talk about not playing on easy mode when at one point I did switch a game to easy mode. I had to redeem myself.
Right.
So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for watching, listening, lurking, freaking out, going, "Oh my God, this show sucks. Oh my God, I love this show," or going,
touching
"These
yourself.
these guys need help." Whatever it was you were saying during the broadcast, thank you for watching. And remember, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Gorlock's hungry. Might go eat planet now.
Unicron?
Bold misty eye. Hey, there's also an explosion at the end of this one.
Yes, good point. Explosions.
That's the Wednesday one.
Okay.